Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Robin, welcome. Honk. We're back in our Republic and we'll see if our nation will recover or if pollution is going to destroy us. We did research vitamins and increase population growth. We should research that again. Population growth, that is. Vitamins should make our citizens slightly more resilient against pollution. I'm not sure how large the effect is. It's going to be interesting to see if this village will now also be affected health-wise from the pollution from the heating plant, or if it's fine. We shall see. We might have to set up a technical university to also get pollution filters. I don't know. Our goal is to build up to the iron mine setup and get it up and running. Get the train tracks to build up there. Get enough concrete delivered to make sure it runs. It is really unfortunate that that concrete plant does not have a water connection, and I didn't realize it. I mean, you could build a water well into a pump into a water loading station and then continuously drive the water in by truck, but that seems like significant overkill. It needs a lot of water. At least we have some concrete available, I guess. It's using more water than cement. We need the distribution office. We were building the small party HQ for that. Also in need of concrete. This will allow us to research distribution offices and maybe some other things that can help us. Yeah, let's research population growth. The amount of highly educated people is going up really well, so we can spend some time keeping our population filled, especially since we're assuming that there's going to be another health crisis, since this heating plant is running quite a lot. Hello Pillsbear, welcome. But yeah, I really liked how everything turned out, like the rail line integrated into the settlement. I'm not sure if the heating plants are going to change in behavior. I like that it allowed you to, in the beginning, straight up place the heating plants in the settlement and it was fine. I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing with the release version. I would like it to, but then I have no idea how you introduce the player to like increased concerns about pollution. It feels like the time for that is still quite short. And if it changes like throughout time, then you might at some point just move things. Oh, I might just place it like right from the get-go instead of like not caring in the beginning, then relocating it. I don't know. Looks like almost all the resources for the iron mine are here. Loading station needs a ton more concrete. Yeah, this is probably still fine. Once everything else has been built, we can let this one run out of resources and just move everything over to run on the new gravel processing plant instead. No need to have two for loading gravel, but we will have a second one for train-based export of gravel, I think, which can hook up into the train track here with a shorter train. That would be like really quick to set up, even faster than anything else. Just the same setup of like a loading station. I don't even think it would need like a buffer storage, just the gravel processing plant itself with 150 tons internal storage would be plenty. And then construction waste we can send up here into that storage for export, I guess. There's some concrete. Homemade concrete. Yeah, maybe it is intentional. No water connection. I would need a water loading station next to it and then bring water there somehow. Right now we're pouring in like drinking quality water. We could connect the wells to a loading station and take that water instead. So we're not using the chemicals for making water for the concrete plant. I could do that. I could run a water pipe all the way here, have a loading station, and then run the water truck that way. Very short route. That would cost us quite a bit of water pipe investment. But it would make the concrete plant work really efficiently. Doesn't seem to be running out of water right now anyway. We'll see. We still have some quite a bit of time left with the whole construction of the rail line up the hill. No priority. Good. The train track here has been done. We don't have a line yet for the train parked at the warehouse to go back to the right side track. So we can't hook up the this track as like a dual track yet. Iron price drop, perfect. Should return to normal in 20 days. Okay, that's fine. Something like that would work. Would be quick to build. I think I'll prioritize that. Because then we can run the rail construction vehicle here a lot more efficiently too. Where are you heading to now? That one. Good. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. Does the concrete plant look like it should have a water connection? I don't know. Definitely gravel fed into the building, but I mean, if that thing can also use the water inside the water substation, I guess it does have 2 water supply deliveries now. Might be able to just hook up this thing, the water substation, to a water pipe and not worry about it. Of course, then all the industries would produce more sewage, and we would need the sewage discharge to be also hooked up in reverse. I don't know. That's fine. $800 people affected by pollution. 52 years life expectancy is pretty bad. How about here? I wonder if low density housing is less affected. Like, it hasn't dropped much here yet. Maybe it's just the city that is in a bit of a pickle. Maybe low density housing is fine. Because this village looks okay-ish right now. But the city sure doesn't. I mean, here it's okay. Maybe I have to move this heating plant once more, get it slightly further away. Down here, I guess. Because I don't think this is sustainable, population-wise. Yeah, maybe it needs to be 100 meters. This is pushing it too much. We're gonna switch that over. Have a heating plant next to the prison. Could probably even run it with prisoners. Yeah, let's relocate the heating plant once more. Get it further away from that area. Then a single prison bus bringing workers to the heating plant all the time, which is probably going to reduce the amount of workers needed to run it. Once that piece of track is done, we can double track, signal the double track up the hill and down the hill. Everything else was already hooked up correctly, but this exit. Also, we need to worry about money. Sure. That's not enough for a 450 meter long train. So once we get to really long trains, we would have to remove these two signals to make the whole block a single block. But for 250 meter long trains, that's fine. Okay. Okay. We're leaving enough space for a 450 meter long train to fit onto a train track to not cause any traffic jams on the incoming track section. So this one will be able to hold a 450 meter long train, but the outgoing track does not have that restriction. And having more signals here will just speed up the other trains running, because all of these blocks can be occupied by trains, speeding up the acceleration a bit when another train starts entering. Just have to make sure that no 450 meter long train blocks the area behind it on entering such a location. And this should now significantly increase the throughput for both the rail construction and other trains, because they can keep running that way. Go past each other and stuff. Even with the higher levels of pollution, population count is holding steady-ish. It's probably going to affect us in the next 2 months. But right now we're flattening out the population graph, not dropping too much. And the increased birth rate is gonna trigger soon too. I need to put a signal on this track soon. Once it reaches the first node, I guess. Or when it travels back, I can place one. That should be fine. So with this distance, we will have a lot more wiggle room. It's over 100 meters even, but it can reach a lot of houses. Not that it has to. The other heating plant takes care of that. Yeah, these houses are fine with that heating plant. And the heating plant also reaches quite far. I think if we just make sure not to be like within 100 meters of the heating plant, we can deal with the health consequences. This was too much. We might be fine. I think the settlement here is probably also fine. Yeah, this is absolutely fine. 72 years. It's interesting though that the low density houses are not that affected by pollution. I like that a lot. Allows you to like have really compact villages. That was a good experiment. It wasn't for that reason. I really felt bad when I placed these houses here, but seems like it's okay. I think my next settlement would probably be a village with a heating plant in the middle and then everything developed around that. Instead of trying to get the heating plant like far off to the side. I mean, yeah, as long as it's low density. Once you start getting into medium density and maybe even high density, it becomes a problem. What kind of research can you do for now? Medical tech. And we're setting up the small party HQ so we can also get distribution offices. I have not set up a technical university yet. Although I really want one, just for like different types of houses. This building is gonna be so expensive, 200 tons of steel. It's 100,000 rubles just for that building. I hope we can make it work. Like, we still have time and money a little bit, but it's getting quite dicey. Not a lot of room for people anymore. We still have some that were supposed to move in. These houses are not expensive to build. And we will need more workers for the iron mine soon. Even the amount for workers for the clothing mine is... clothing factory is relatively low. But I don't want to be building too much stuff at the same time. Prevent workers from going onto construction sites here, so that they all just walk into the clothing factory for now. Maybe I should set up some gas stations on the road that goes up here. Maybe vehicles travel for a very long time before they can refuel, and maybe that's driving up the fuel prices because then their fuel consumption goes up. There's not really a lot of space here though. I don't know. The fuel is in the settlements. Relocating the heating plant once more. Yeah, this is not a sustainable building. I wonder if it would be viable on non-Siberia map to start with a village that just has some crop fields next to it. Without even a farm building. You could have a direct route of a truck to a crop field and then wait until loaded, and like it sits there all year, and then at some point it starts moving. When the crops have grown, when they are being harvested. It's all concrete. Well, I'm somewhat tempted to build the gravel processing into a loading station. It would be cheaper to set up than this whole thing. But I don't think the gravel production would be anywhere near as much. Iron has almost 3 times the price of gravel. It's definitely something we should be setting up after, though. But right now, finances are also looking somewhat grim. Maybe I should stop importing resources for now. We still have enough steel to build everything up. This music ducks, yeah. I agree. I will stop importing steel for now to save on some money. We'll keep importing bricks though. They're cheap enough. Most valuable amount is steel by 210,000 for 500 tons, okay. Prioritize the processing plant, because that has a lot of concrete deliveries after that need to be done. Okay, all the concrete to the small party HQ have been delivered. We could do the research. I don't think we will right now. I mean, we need the workers for other things. We need to get the population under control first. The population amount. Maybe even fewer people in the university. Wait, I thought that research was almost done. Weird. Okay, the mine is almost done too. Doesn't really help us that much. $280 tons of concrete. 200 tons of steel. Steel and mechanical components is fine. The concrete's gonna take a while. I just want it to be in the next phase already. Okay. Okay. Yeah, 100 meters. Like in the village. No, the village is directly next to it. It's almost over for winter. Did anything change with the life expectancy here? No, still over 65 years. It's fine. Or like 63 for some of them, but absolutely fine. more construction phases for the processing plant. Now is the phase with the tons and tons of concrete. This building needs to be done, and I think it's the one that will take the longest of all the remaining buildings, which is the construction waste storage. This one only needs 2 deliveries of concrete. The mine is done in 250 work days. This one needs 21 tons. This is the last big building to be built. The incinerator will be necessary so everything can keep running smoothly. And then we need the distribution office to remove the waste from here to the customs house. We could even run it through an area where we set up waste storages to turn it into ash first. Or like turn the ash and let it like rot away for a bit. And then only start carrying it away once it has accumulated. And the ash itself has dispersed a bunch. Oh, you almost made it. Oh well. Do I prioritize this building? I'm gonna assign the vehicles from Kugoshny as well. And I think I'll give them the assignment that concrete and gravel can be picked up from here. So if they start delivering concrete to an area up here, they would have the same travel distance as the construction offices in this area, and they wouldn't go back and forth between the customs house all the time. And we shouldn't need that much concrete for maintenance tasks down here anyway, so I think that is the right decision. Don't think there's any construction waste here. The incinerator shouldn't make any. It's basically there for the workers' waste. So we can pick it up from here and also drive it into the incinerator. I think they would also do that if they load it directly from the incinerator. They would just load it, turn around, and bring it right back in. But we have an external storage, might as well use it. but like, I mean, we will get the other heating plant done before next winter, I guess. No need to accelerate it right now, I don't think. Damage is already done for several years. We have to build so much more housing. We want at least another 1,000 people here, I think. We definitely have the room for it. I might set up another heating plant somewhere down here. By that point we would need like a more efficient way to get coal to the area. And that's when we need the coal mine into coal processing. Maybe a research steel mill, so we can plan for that too, although that's like a steel setup would increase the pollution, of course. But we're not really caring too much about pollution now, are we? Nine, 18, 22.5 tons. Gotta do that 10 times and we're still short 50. Travel speed will not really be that much faster when the snow melts. It will still have some impact, of course. But the Russaballs can only go 31, and right now they're driving 23 over the snow. It's only a loss of 50%. Another worker stream. Hello, it's Simon. Yes. More testing. More figuring out what we can do about the heating situation. We're relocating this heating plant over here to put it as far away from the housing as this one is. Even more than that. Because these houses were fine and they were like only 100 meters away. But this heating plant seemed to be a bit rough with the houses on that side. I'm not sure. I guess the two heating plants might be creating pollution cloud over here. So let's try and stretch them out a little bit further apart. And see if that helps. The main things we're waiting for is the train track and the iron ore processing plant. These are going to be the slowest things to complete. So they have somewhat of a priority at the moment. And then before next winter, let's say in October, we want to have this heating plant done, shuffle all the coal over. And see if we can keep the life expectancy here at over at least 60 or 65. But the honking never stops. It's always still here. Lack of deliveries of cement. bit slow. The cement deliveries from the border are slower than the water deliveries, which is slowing down our concrete production. And we can't have that. Well, we can, but we should do something about that. No wait until unloaded anymore, because it's 2 trucks now and they could, in theory, block the whole thing. We'll route the trucks through the end station so they spread each other out a little bit. I wonder if I can flip this to variable time now. There's a lot of routes going through a single end station, which is a recipe for disaster. You can do that? Can do what? Had no clue that trucks could use the bus end station. Yeah. You can use that to refuel vehicles for long trips or balance out the distribution. If you, for example, have a large settlement and you don't want to run a distribution office to bring food everywhere, you just set up an end station, run food trucks to all the shopping centers and grocers, and then at the end run it through an end station. And it will spread them out evenly with its deliveries, and then if you're like short on food, you just add another truck to the route. And it's not limited by the size of the distribution offices. But it does mean they're constantly running in a circle, and you have to keep an eye on them. And the food consumption in that case. But you can also use them for long deliveries. If you send a vehicle to drive resources from a settlement 5 kilometers to another settlement and there's no fuel in between, you just run them through an end station first, and then they always fully refuel. Thought I saw something the other day with an import vehicle. I would first go try to unload at a warehouse and then sell leftover at the border. Would not go to the border if it is empty. Yes, vehicles skip stops if they don't do anything at that stop. That is normal. Also happens with buses. If you have a bus full of workers and then you unload at a stop and then unload at another stop and it realizes on the first stop it already was able to unload all workers, it'll skip the second stop and go back to its normal route, which sometimes is good and sometimes isn't. I'm going to increase the priority of this building. If you don't want to work at the power plant, then you get to work in the coal mines kind of deal. Yeah. Something like that. Let's build these. They need concrete. It's so close, like delivery from here to these buildings. Just get it done, like we can use asphalt and have our gravel loading relocated. I think I'm gonna pause the mine construction, because buildings under construction don't burn down. If I finish it now and something goes wrong with the fire station not having enough workers, I would really hate it if we lose the iron mine, because that is the slowest building to build. After the... no, it is the slowest building to build. The processing plant would be the more expensive building to build. Okay, we lost 150 people-ish. Can't wait to see the first iron export. Yeah, me too. It's taking a bit. Now what can you do? Definitely not going to play on Siberia map. All snow is so depressing to you. I like it. The snow is fine, but the snow right next to water makes everything super bright. Just have to be careful not to have the camera over the water. I mean, most traffic is running at a third less of its speed for 7 months out of 12. So it's making things even slower. And snowplows do not really help. Someone make the concrete deliveries here, it'll be fine. Lower the priority for the iron processing plant, do some other buildings. We'll increase its priority again soon. I don't think the asphalt plant is going to be that important here, but having the I mean, even I think the asphalt plant would even be kind of like a bad thing right now, because we would start importing bitumen, and that's going to take work to do by our distribution officers. The supply of workers here for the fire station does not look ideal. I need that end station at some point. Just to get the line spacing done more efficiently. Yeah, now the concrete has been delivered. Easy as that. Alright, focus again on the processing plant. think I'm gonna throw the other buses on this route. As soon as we have the concrete here for the processing plant, because then I want to make sure it doesn't burn down and lots of people need to be ferried over. And we can also start running things. Having a train station here to unload some fuel by train and then the local distribution office to handle the fuel distribution would be also good. Doesn't have to be right next to the city, but somewhere like in this area could have an a switch to run the train track off to the side. Maybe even next to the coal mine. And just drop out fuel there and not bring it in from the customer's house anymore because it's quite far. Okay, to run things, these buildings have priority. Then soon after we need the construction waste being managed for the waste storage is run for, then the incinerator. And then we also need the distribution offices for removal of the waste. And yeah, bring some concrete to the heating plant too, like, please. In 3 to 4 weeks, the snow should go away for some time. Missing cement. There we go. Also a good thing to have added another cement truck for sure. Could even probably need another one. If we're building a fuel unloading station, we would probably also unload cement locally. Make it a shorter trip. I mean, if we have coal, we can also make our own cement, gravel, coal, and coal makes cement. It's just that the building is pretty large. And I wouldn't build something like that just now. Now with the rising prices of gravel, cement prices are probably also going up. Yeah. Let me assign the other buses. Where did I purchase them? There they are. 3 right now. Let's throw them all in. Maybe it'll spread out the amount of workers a little bit. If they change it that way that lower density is not affected by pollution as much, but medium and high density are more affected, then that would actually give you a use for lower density. Because I've always felt like lower density housing was just worse, but now it would actually be pretty good. Especially to start out with. And when the heating situation gets fixed with the heat exchanger for the medium and high density buildings, then we can build larger cities as well with centralized heating away from the population centers. Cement delivery is insufficient because we need so much concrete right now. When the cement truck is here, the second cement truck is at the customs house. It's just gonna take a while for more cement to make it over here. I guess the police station inside Bugodonsk is still running a bit. To a problem? Nah, looks better now. Okay. Looks like we're keeping on top of it again. I could shut off the whole police and prison and courthouse and not deal with that right now because of our population count still being somewhat low. But I wanted to get the crime under control already. Once the snow is gone, things will speed up a little bit, just a tad. I still have steel available. We're still losing 15,000 rubles per month. Fuel prices have gone up to 540. I'm running out of time. The fuel prices are deadly. Game really telling you to build a refinery, yeah. It really feels like it. We can use rubles to pump up our population numbers, which will increase our loan capacity. But of course we also have to make them be able to go through to the school and the clinic and other things. Alcohol addiction down to 55% due to migration, but also the city having sports available during winter, so sports enjoyment is at 56%. I might add another... Let's add another cement truck. Let's do it. Oh, I think there's a different issue. Built the mine. Just set everything up. We threw all the buses at it now. It shouldn't burn down. There should be enough firefighters in the area. Water, I guess, is all. Drinking water is also a bit important, I guess. I'll prioritize it. Wouldn't take too long to build. No, it's not. It's not priority to get things started, I guess. Focus the concrete deliveries on the processing plant. Looks like the other heating plant is up. Let's run out the other heating plant and remove all the coal inside. Get it shut down. Once we get a notification when it stops, we know it's out of coal. It shouldn't stop at least that often for lack of workers. And well, the coal's gonna be out pretty soon with the truck deliveries. Gonna make you wait until loaded. We can also shut it off, I guess. Sure, shut it off. We're transporting the coal over, it's fine. Don't have to run it. Let's let the health of the people recover. Okay, what's going on here now? Why are you not supplying enough workers to the shopping center anymore? Now it's the water deliveries that are lacking a bit, but I think it's going to make concrete with water from the substation. So I'm not going to add another water truck. Just a single water truck to help with the water supply for the area. And apparently three cement trucks. I would like a different processing plant that doesn't require that much concrete, I guess. I'm not sure how accurate that is. Concrete wasn't used that much. We don't have the concrete utilization study yet, so I assume... Like, I don't know. Like these storages... Could have brick versions of those. I think could always like keep adding stuff. At some point you have to make a decision if it's worth it. It's just that this requires so much concrete. But hey, at least we got it now. It is available. Yes, it's using water from the substation. Okay, then it can keep producing, I think. Well, now it's at 60 cubic meters, but it's not using water anymore. Where's that water going? Toilet's running, probably. Hello, Hensley. Okay, now it's normal again. Strange. Okay, maybe I have one too many cement trucks now. Because of the traffic jam I did with the end station. Oh, there might be like a... Maybe there's like a slight bit of like... Maybe there's an internal reservoir. Yeah, it's using the water from the building, and that is completely running empty, and it can only move 0.6 cubic meters. So this is slowly filling back up. That's why it's running that slowly. Because it has passive water pressure and it can't fully pressurize this. So I guess we could just run it with a water pipe to the building, and it would fully pressurize it. A little bit worried about the sewage created. But I guess this is the way you're supposed to run the this concrete plant. Just water from the water network. Because if you hook up bad quality water to that one, then it will also go into the drinking water in that case. The mine is done. Technical service is done. Should I make a separate source for the concrete plant and never connect it to the drinking water network? Yes, but that only works with the regular concrete plant, because it has a water pipe connection. This one doesn't. This one only takes water from a water substation. Yep, early start. Early start concrete plant. The other one was also available, but I wanted to try the early start one. We could run a water pipe to that substation. But it would make more sewage, so I also have to run a sewage pipe back. And I didn't really plan for that. I assumed this would take a water pipe, but that was incorrect. Okay, we're gonna park one of the cement trucks. Feels like an oversight to me. I don't know, like, the whole point of early start is that you're dealing with buildings who don't have all the conveniences of, like, modern buildings. So, if the old concrete plant runs on tap water, pretty much, I don't know. Look at that, iron ore. First iron ore being slowly produced. We can make up to 2,000 tons, then the processing needs to finish. Then we need our other storage, which needs another 170 tons of concrete. Right, I forgot about the whole storage thing. That thing also needs to be done. We don't load directly from the processing into the train. But we can probably build both before it becomes winter again, I hope. Is this the early start DLC or is it custom start date? Hello Generalismus Pancake. This is the early start DLC. That's coming out on Thursday. Alright, that heating plant is done. And life expectancy is looking better. What's your first impression of it? I really like it. Everything slows down, lower volume for traffic. You have to think out of the box more because you can't carry as many people easily by bus everywhere. There's still stuff missing, like I think they're adding more vehicles, hopefully, and some more buildings. We're running into some weird issues that hopefully get resolved for the release version. And it has steam trains and is more train focus that way because we built a city that's like 3 kilometers away from the customs house and we have trouble keeping it alive. If we weren't bringing resources here by train, it would be like a struggle. But that's also because the fuel prices are ridiculous for us. So yeah, I really like it. I'm very excited for Thursday. I wanted more old stuff. I wanted lower capacity, I wanted more difficulty on like accessing existing content. Like no asphalt roads, because there's no paver and roller yet. I'm not sure if that's gonna get added on Thursday, but right now we don't have any pavers and rollers, and I feel like doing a road upgrade with manual labor would be nice to have asphalt roads for sure. Because then it would be even better without snowplows, because they can drive faster on asphalt roads that are snowed in than on gravel roads. But I kind of don't want to spend the work at the moment. Oh boy. Loads and loads new residential buildings that all have different textures that you can use, and that makes the cities look old-timey, but also more colorful. So you can choose different ways that you want them to look. And that's really cool. Let's hope it works with this heating plant. It's now further away. We'll tear this one down, if it does. If not, we have to quickly swap back if there's any heating problems, but I don't think there should be. Yeah, there's a tiny bit of construction waste in the mixed waste, so if you incinerate that, you would still be left with some construction waste in it. It would be a minuscule amount, but it would start like piling up in your waste storages. Still best to incinerate it first and then maybe run it through waste recycling. $250 tons of concrete left for both of those buildings combined, and then we have a complete loop from the mine to the loading station. Rail construction. I think the rail construction vehicle is still working? No, it's missing boards. Oh, god dang it, we ran out of wood. Our rail construction has been sabotaged by someone forgetting to replant the trees. Alright, you can import wood, boards I mean. Go supply that to the rail construction office, please. The train can wait until we've produced more wood. Should have enough bricks to get everything done that we want. I will need a lot of workers to pour into the iron mine. Okay, glad we noticed that with the rail construction. We're not that far out. Probably 7 or 8 construction tasks and we're at the loading station. But production is quite slow right now. Need more houses, need more people. I guess we'll keep building. We won't need the grocer at the moment, but I guess we'll set up the rest. I guess I could bring some people to live next to the heating plant by just using low density housing then. So it might be possible to incorporate that into even like a city setup. It's 36 people, plus another 60. It's not a lot, but slowly adding more people, I guess. Come on, YouTube. We're set to loop the soundtrack. Going to have to get more people to move into the settlement, and areas that I thought would become park areas are going to get filled up with just more housing. couple more hundred people living in the settlement would be good. 86 tons of concrete here. 122 tons. 2 more months before the snow comes back. Where construction is working again. We already have the train purchased and assembled that is supposed to run the route here. Okay, finish that too, so we can dump the construction waste in here. I don't think I have a waste truck at the moment. Like, I'm thinking just like dropping low density housing around this could work. We'll probably deal with the pollution issues. Okay, the houses where highly educated people live are this one and that one. And that one has both, which it wasn't really supposed to have, but I guess it does have it. We have some 21-year-olds without their own flat now, meaning we don't have any room more for highly educated people to move into places. Oh, that's where all the workers are going, that university. Yeah, let's shut that down right now. That one finished construction. Bring the workers back up to the iron mine, please, before something burns down. I wanted to change the houses again. So these two structures were highly educated for sure. We're going to turn highly educated off for the city and then back on for these two houses. So we don't get too many highly educated and keep it regulated a little bit. Do we have enough culture or sports coverage? Sport? Probably not. but culture we should have. The village in Gugoshny doesn't really have sport. It has a football playground that's open for like 2 or 3 months, and otherwise the people just drink a lot of alcohol. Sports enjoyment here is quite low. But they're doing okay. 180 tons of 170 tons of concrete. 1 month left. Less than a month. No, sorry, 1.5 months left. We got until October beginning, at which it will start snowing again. So please keep delivering concrete to these facilities while you can. I have to write that down. Okay. Money's almost out. Again. We can take a loan of another 1,000,000 rubles soon. So it's not all bad. And with more population, we will also increase our loan capacity. But we really need something profitable. I thought by the end of this year we would have the export ready. Yeah, construction waste, I guess that one also has high priority. It's probably a good idea. This will be way more than enough storage for construction waste. And even the coal mine can probably bring its construction waste over here. Although, it would also make sense to have that next to a coal mine. I'm not sure if the coal mine is going to be exported. The coal from the coal mine. Don't think that makes too much sense. Unless the price gets really, really high for some reason. Okay, send some workers to build the aggregate loading station, and I guess we'll shut this one down. So the trucks will only bring quarried stone to the other plant now. I'll skip plant 3 and let that one run dry. Now once it's empty we can tear it down and just run this area. It's at 0 degrees again, it's getting cold. Hopefully our population will hold this time. Health looks much better. I'm not going to tear down this plant right now, because I'm not sure if heating runs into any problems, especially since I'm planning to build a lot more housing. So at some point we would need the distribution offices. That would be very helpful. Don't think we need railway distribution. I like setting up dedicated lines for that. The processing plant will need the storage to run, and once the storage is connected, we could load. We also need the waste storage connected, otherwise we're just going to make a ton of mixed waste with construction waste in it. Hello Berlinus. Welcome. Honk indeed. It is only fair. I guess right now we're bringing it to the customs house, I guess. Oh, but yeah, the other buildings do that. I guess they're still in range of this thing. This one? That's not in range. This one. Yeah, makes sense. Finally, Slayer is almost over after 3 years made the middle of the ores production. Yes. We're almost out of money. And fuel prices are just going crazy. So, I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. The game just hates me. It's like, okay, you thought you could have a nice early start scenario? Bam. 300 ton per ruble. 300 rubles per ton of oil. 640 rubles per ton of fuel. I'm not sure if we're gonna survive. At least, once everything is done, all the construction vehicles will cease operating and it might reduce our fuel consumption for some time. But yeah, this is painful. Snow's gonna come back in exactly a month. No, there's still gonna be a bunch of construction happening here with more houses too. If we have in Arabic Republic stone, the money that's right. Put your hands up now. Yeah, someone playing on a desert map is just bleeding my Republic for all of its money. It's not nice. We have a prison. It's the only prison available in early start. A large-scale prison. Do not want to spoiler. Well, why are you watching an early start stream then? That's your own fault. Well, Arabian Oil Mogul at your service. Gaming out the midlife crisis, I need my money back. Right now. Please. There's 10 trucks for the processing plant for the concrete. The rest is then a bunch of steel and mechanical components. Lots more trucks for the export storage. And around 9 trucks for the construction waste. You need the fuel, my friend. I need the fuel cheaper though than for 650 rubles per ton. Have we unlocked the next style of architecture yet? Or reduced the intercobalt honk sound in the TXT file? I have not reduced the honk sounds. I'm just awaiting my inevitable death by the fuel price just going crazy. Like it tends to do. But at least the iron ore price is also going up. Is it low-tech too? Yes. Although we've decided that with early start, if you start in any of the early dates, you get 6 free research points, which matches the the new technology, the amount of new technologies that there are. Because you're also restricted to some. You have to work with buildings, and everything is more difficult anyway. So it sounded like it was fair. Feeling better? I took more medicine, let's put it that way. I don't feel any different than yesterday yet, no. It's been a weird last 5 days. Especially since with the long streams and all that. I am sick. The whole week. I was at the doctor today, and we're gonna know more tomorrow. Small sick, not hard one. Well, I'm off work for now. It's not a... I can't... I'm still awake. It's not painful, but it's like super disruptive. I'm streaming to get my mind off of it. Yeah. No problem. You're allowed to terraform till again healthy. Cool. Exactly what I needed. A permission to terraform. I guess we can play Captain of Industry now. Well, 12 more days and then the snow's gonna drop, I think. Let's take out another loan. Probably a good idea. Loading station hasn't finished yet. Oh, they can't reach that. Now you can. Now you can build it up. Couple workers. Road crane's already there. Perfect. Epidemic, I don't care. Like, we can't do anything. We have a hospital up. Should be fine. I hope. Is Project 7 even sick, if you know it? I think Project 7 was here yesterday or the day before. I'm not sure if he's sick or not. I don't know. I hope not. Okay, we got most of the concrete delivered, but still need some more. Snow will be here any day now. But we made good progress. And the rail construction has also made it pretty far, but not quite there yet. How are we looking on bricks? Still got bricks available, no problem. How much is the speed average of cars now? Well, you can have... If we're looking at dump trucks, you can have 57 kilometers an hour with a carry capacity of 1.2 tons, 42 kilometers an hour with 1.5 tons, or 31 kilometers an hour and 5-ton carry capacity. I'm going with the 5 tons because I'm basically using this vehicle all the time. It just feels the best. There's the snow. $57 probably for buses and so. We start out with this one, 45, 14 people. Then we get this one, 30 people with 53, and 55, 17 people. 4 more deliveries of concrete. Well, 3 now. This one needs 12. And this one needs 4, 5, 6, I guess. The courthouse is overloaded. I guess we could have another house full of highly educated people to make sure that the courthouse runs fine. %. That's okay. No electronics are not needed yet. One more concrete delivery and then we're on the last construction step, I think. There might be multiple, but it's only steel and mechanical components. I'm so glad we're done with that concrete. What a mess that was. $300 tons of oil. 300 rubles per ton of oil, I mean. 674 rubles per ton of fuel. Here's the name, heating concrete plant. The area is called Bugogodonsk heating. And then the concrete plant is Bugogodonsk heating concrete plant in the heating area. No, it doesn't make heating. But the area was the old heating plant area. We demolished that one, I need to rename it. There we go. And I think we can run this fire station with a lot fewer people. I might even get the better fire truck out of this. So the concrete plant produce heating. Yeah. Makes sense. Doesn't do that though. There it is. That last bit of concrete finally delivered. Now they can build that construction phase and start with the steel. Still got 220 tons left. 137 for this. None for this, just concrete. And also this one, just concrete. So I think we got enough steel. Two more construction phases. How about the garbage management or industrial area? and start to reduce. Construction waste goes here onto the train for export, and mixed waste gets incinerated before we drive it away. That's the plan. Let me look at heating. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, we'll see once we drop to like -30, but for now it's fine. Looks okay. Rock concrete? I don't know what that is. How do I? What a mess. All of the mixed waste from the city is also going to go in here, get incinerated. We'll be left with a little bit of construction waste in there, but we can probably put it out on a dump and just let it rot away, and then at some point we'll deal with it. I might just set up like a free dump here. Have a truck in a distribution office, move it only when we have enough waste, and then, yeah, let it rot on a dump. Okay. Concrete from Sweden. Reinforced, autoclaved, aerated concrete. Sweden from 1920. We barely get any workers in the iron mine. It's not looking great for like running this. Hopefully with more houses, more people will make their way up there. I also wanted the prison bus to run workers to the heating facility. There's also not that many workers working inside the prison itself. Do we have prison buses? Yes. Can carry 10 people. Beautiful. We have to stop building and let the fuel price recover. Mill fuel cost, nice, yeah. Almost out of gravel. I can just get rid of that gravel and move all the construction offices over to the new gravel loading. Another AI response. Porous and why AI responses? Makes it susceptible to water ingress, leading to corrosion, with internal steel reinforcement, subsequent cracking and weakening. Yeah. Bad quality concrete. This is such a nightmare. Stupid fuel prices. We don't even have that many vehicles, I don't think. We got 5 pages worth of vehicles. 4 pages and plus 6. Doesn't sound that much. No, I think that's for the Swedish concrete from 1920. Finance is still holding up? No, absolutely not. Like, we're gonna take out smaller and smaller loans, and then at some point we're gonna die. This might be a very short run with all those fuel costs. 700 rubles now. What can you do? Yeah, sure. I'm not even importing any more iron right now, any steel. Just like, this is the steel we have, we can't afford any more. Need more people to pay debt like USA. I am trying to build some more houses because they're cheap and would increase our debt ceiling, yeah. Plus actual more workers for the iron setup. We definitely need more being carried up here. Six more deliveries of concrete for the storage. All that iron and mechanical components for the processing plant. And then we're connected, I think. I think we have enough money to finish it. But it still requires us to also finish the incinerator at some point. And the construction waste needs to also be stored. For industry not work, there's a plan B. Yeah, we're gonna start a new run on Thursday. Also probably because there's more content, I think. Hello Zadius, welcome. Need to reduce the amount of workers for all of these buildings. I will set the limit to 5 workers now for new construction tasks. Because there's a lack of concrete here, so these houses aren't gonna get built for a while. But all of the workers from the city are working inside these construction sites instead. Once all the concrete deliveries up here are done, then it should be fixed. One more concrete delivery for the construction waste. Plan B is fine. You're struggling with your skills? What chance for the minions even without self-applied restrictions? I don't know. Might have just been a market fluctuation, or maybe it's just like the excessive amount of construction. I think if we had like a train importing fuel to the first city, it might have been better. Just like the truck-based small deliveries from the customs house up here is probably what's driving up the price a lot. But I don't want to start importing fuel by train now because, well, it's quite expensive. I would like to finish all constructions, let the market price recover, then build the train station for fuel, and then unload fuel here for the vehicles. I could, for example, build the unloading station for fuel right after the warehouse, and then add 1 or 2 train cars for fuel to this train. So it unloads citizen goods, then fuel, and then it goes to the customs house. Bye, Berliners. Like, I think for this next city I would build this. Probably in front of the warehouse. I might still do that. That makes a lot of sense. So you can deliver fuel, then go to the warehouse, and then go back. Can't wait to play as DLC, so hyped for workers and resources again. Yeah, I'm also still really hyped for Thursday, and see what the late additions will be. What's here is already quite good, minus the things that need fixing, of course, but I hope they can make a really good release on Thursday. Okay, construction waste goes here. The run is not doomed, iron will save it. Have you seen the fuel prices, Mega Monkey? Should we still run logging? That's normal. Yeah, it's totally normal. Sure. Believe in the iron. First wish is reduce the sound of the honk. Mega Monkey says to increase the sound of the honk. Resource run inland with small loads is very inefficient, yes. And the new customs house allows you to load loads and loads of resources quite quickly. Glorious iron. We shall see. Fuel is so expensive now. Yep. It is. 2 more deliveries of concrete for the storage for the production of the iron. And then it's all on the iron processing. Plus, I guess, 1 more construction task to hook up the train line. And hopefully bringing some more workers here so that the mine can actually work. Once the concrete deliveries at the iron mine are done, they can finally start bringing concrete to these house construction projects. We also relocated the heating plant, so it's over here now, and pollution in these houses is now absolutely fine. No more issues with life expectancy whatsoever. This heating plant will be demolished and replaced by a building. So that as long as you're like within at least 100 meters away from a heating plant, it's fine. And I think lower density housing can be a lot closer. It doesn't seem to be that much affected. Ooh, I see. I guess you'll pick up ports from the border from now, because we ran out. The iron will save it. I think once we stop construction that will save it, because then fewer vehicles will run and we're gonna have less fuel consumption. I think it's all the construction vehicles probably. I need a domestic storage of fuel so I can run construction in bulk. How many vehicles are construction vehicles? About half, I guess. About half. Is Siberia a good ship map, I think? Probably. It's the time of year when geese duck. When geese honk. Okay, enough resources for the storage. The train is arriving. At least the export of iron will not cost us any fuel, because it's running on coal. And coal is cheap, still. Thank you, rail construction vehicle. Mostly excellent. End station isn't done yet. It's concrete, which it is getting now, which is fairly close, so that's okay. I'll wait with the demolition on this. Is it an option to build up a city on the other side and to deliver it by ship, close food fuel? Sure. I mean, you still have to get there by truck to build it up first. But theoretically, you could have your construction offices here and deliver all the resources to that area. Problem is going to be the workers, but I guess you could kind of trick it a little bit. Construction offices also can carry workers very far. Like 5 times as far as a regular bus, I think. Yep, the problem is gonna be to get there to build it up, because we're not gonna have helicopters in early start. Okay. There's our iron storage. Just a processing plant now. $30 tons of steel, 4 tons of mechanical components in 2 construction phases. It should be doable. Stop honking. No, that wasn't an invitation for chat to honk. You misunderstood. We will have a lot of iron to process in the beginning, but then, yeah, we need to increase the amount of workers in the iron in the mine. Otherwise, it's not gonna be good enough for long. Onwards to the hopefully last construction phase. At least the processing plant will require very few workers to run through all the iron we have prepared. We could do some quick math. That's fun. 2,000 tons of iron ore get processed into about half, a little bit less than half in iron. So we would get, let's say, 950 tons of iron out of that, times the iron price. So 950 times 35. That makes us 33,000 rubles. I don't know, guys, that doesn't sound like we're gonna make bank here. We spent so much money building up this thing. Need a handkerchief in this cold weather. What's a handkerchief? Oh, oh god, handkerchief. Yeah, a handkerchief. I like it. Yeah, 1,000 ton of iron is, or like 950 tons of iron is going to be like 30,000 rubles. I don't know. Doesn't seem that great. Well, the processing. No, the mine is horrible. We need more workers for the mine. Last construction phase. We have to throw in so many workers. I don't know where they all are. I don't think I need 4 buses for that road. 4 deliveries of steel, 2 deliveries of mechanical components, and around 60 workers. So you will load iron, wait until loaded, then load construction waste as much there as there is, and then you will sell everything at the border. The train will load all the train cars that can hold everything first with iron ore, and the 2 train cars that are reserved for construction waste will be loaded with as much construction waste as we have available. I guess we can send out the train because it'll just be parked there. Godspeed, cold power diesel loco. Oh, I realized that we should probably have the mixed signal here instead of down here. Because we still have this road, and we don't want that one to be blocked either. Well, took over a year. And we're still looking quite bad on money. But construction will be winding down. And hopefully there will be some recuperation in our financial situation. More houses, more population, higher loan limit. I'm not even sure like how much further we can go with like the heating situation. I guess we are at like half capacity, so we can probably have double. Maybe like 75% more. Just to make sure to not overburden it too much. These ones are struggling a little bit, but like I said, we should be fine down until 13%, even if these are complaining about low temperature. I think they start complaining at 15%. But the insulation technology helps us until 13 degrees. Looks like the flats have run full in general. We have 43 highly educated people waiting to move in somewhere. How's the village looking? The village is pretty much full. Once we have a secret police in our city and we know the loyalty of our highly educated people, I could set this to only accept highly educated people with very low government loyalty living right next to the heating plant. I think if we had student halls, it would be even easier because then we know the loyalty of the people living in there. Was that true with the student halls? Don't remember. No, I'm always mixing that up with the orphanage, I think. Ooh, or are you trying to make horn sounds? One more steel delivery, but it is on its way. Let me know when the end station is done. There it is. Manipulation of low loyalty, ruthless. No, we're just providing them opportunities of work inside a rural environment with reduced potential for heating issues. 25% oof. What? Hello, friendly bot. Oh, minus 25 Celsius? Well, it's gonna get a lot colder. Well, it already was a lot colder. It might already be heating up again. But we should be pretty good on the life expectancy, I think. Yes. No issues with that. Good. Not sure why I said percent. There we go. Processing plant has all the resources it needs. Now it just needs to finish construction. And not burn down. There's so few workers heading up here. Oh, fuel went down. Fuel price dropped a bit, down to only 680 rubles per ton now. Alright, come on. Send some workers in here. Fire station. Finishing the construction. That will be enough workers. And then everything can start. That would have been a very long stream yesterday if we had finished that. That would have been way too long. Lack of drinking water, yeah. Need to finish the water substation too. It's still more important to not let anything burn down than to like spread out the workers evenly, and I don't have enough workers yet where I can just say, oh yeah, just go wherever. Go to the fire station, and once the fire station is full, then you can go wherever. Okay, we can tear down this heating plant. Replace it by another house or something. You shouldn't help with the flat construction there. I mean, you need to worry about the reconstruction locally. $13-hour stream wouldn't be that bad. No, totally. I get that, but no. There we go, processing has started. Now we just need volume, which all depends on amount of workers that we have. I'll pause that construction, we don't need that right now either, because this thing isn't gonna get built. And neither is the conveyor in the back. So the only thing missing right now, incinerator setup and the water substation. I have to tell you to go to the processing plant first, because we've run out on iron ore. I guess once we have drinking water in here, it's going to run more efficient. And I think the balancing of workers is only being done with like the same drinking water supply in mind. It doesn't change the balance if one building has drinking water and the other one doesn't. The balance of the work is spreading out through the buildings. Now we have double productivity, but we need more workers. High priority on the end station to make the buses run a little bit better. More efficient line spacing. Prioritize that house too. Only needs bricks. Okay, now we're using up iron ore faster, which is good. Because at some point, we will hopefully have enough workers for both. But right now we want to use up iron ore a little bit faster. Which building had the missing water spigot yesterday? Did you report it? I did tell it, but it might be intentional. The concrete plant. Because it can still draw water from the substation, so you could hook up a pipe into that, but then you're running a concrete plant with drinking water. It just feels weird. But yeah, that one doesn't have a water pipe. Asphalt is now also going to be available locally. Well, now we wait as the money ticks up as we're loading the iron slowly after it's being processed. While we also try and increase the amount of workers we have inside the city. It's more like a town. I'll let the snowplows do whatever they want. To some extent. And we're not going to try and plow the main road. There's no snowplows here for that. We could think about setting up asphalt roads, now that we have an asphalt plant. The benefit for that would be that the vehicles would run a lot faster during winter, even if the road is snowed in. And I think we'll do that. If we start upgrading the main road to asphalt, then it should increase our efficiency during winter, I think. It's gonna be a long process, taking a lot of workers, but what can you do? Well, the downside of that would be bitumen deliveries by truck. Oh, they carry 6 tons. I don't know. 10 tons of bitumen into 70 tons of asphalt. Does it solve the issues pushing the Republic to doom? I think if the vehicles run faster, they consume less, or like, if they don't have to struggle against the snow, they would consume less fuel. Because I think when they hit the top speed over a snowy gravel road, they consume as much fuel as when they hit the top speed on an asphalt road due to snow. So vehicles driving through over dirt roads that aren't plowed and are struggling are still consuming the most amount of fuel, if I remember correctly. So it would make the vehicles be able to run more efficiently, getting to the destination faster, and in the end consume less fuel because of it. Trying to make it more efficient. Look at that. How fast it is already. 44 kilometers an hour. It's beautiful. We did 88 miles per hour though. Back to the future. I'm gonna run the medical university at a reduced rate. So there's fewer finishers for the studies, meaning that we're gonna have fewer 21-year-olds without their own flat. Because that's mostly highly educated people in our case at the moment. 112 tons of asphalt, like it's gonna take some effort. I would set up the bitumen tank as soon as the fuel prices recover a bit more. Oh, look at that, the fuel prices are dropping. Yay. Oh my god, finally. I wonder what determines fuel prices. It might actually just be the construction vehicles all running. That would be crazy. Okay, let the fuel prices recover. Let's not do too much construction. The incinerator. We'll do some asphalt road construction. This is so labor intensive. It's also going to lock up a bunch of our dump trucks. Alright, you know what? You can have a house full of highly educated people here. Move in, I don't care. If we run the university at some point, or we need more people in the police station, then it's fine having more. Focus on that house next. It's the closest. So I think, yeah, in our case, when the vehicles are really slow, having asphalt roads will be good for our cause. Because then I don't have to worry about snowplows at all. I just let them run over the asphalt road. I'm gonna do one side and then block off the other road and build that road too. And the other thing I still wanted to do was like gravel processing into a train for gravel exports at some point. I think if we have one train car assigned for construction waste, it's probably also enough. We need construction waste from this area too. I guess we're not getting any construction waste from this place. First train is almost full, slightly more than 30,000. Oh, the price is dropping. The price of iron is dropping as we load the train. don't think there's any rail construction ongoing after we're at the customs house with that track. And that one isn't that important anyway, so I'll turn you down to only 5 workers. We're out of meat briefly, no problem. Money, yeah, it's so much money. The money train is rolling. 31,000, sorry, 30,000. Got a little bit ahead of myself there. The price is still dropping for iron. I mean, if we have a processing plant running at full throughput, we can load a train in 9 days. And if we can earn 30,000 every 9 days, then we would be fine. Slowly running out of bricks and steel. Still no new resource imports. We're still waiting on the wood to grow here, but... Oh yeah, it is. They are harvesting wood again. Okay, the train is going to run soon. Sure, you have the time. It's not even enough money to give us a positive month. Uh-oh. Wait, what's up with the price ticking that quickly? What's the... it's not that bad yet. Coal and power don't look that bad. Yeah, we just need more people now. This will save the Republic together with the reduction in fuel costs. If it continues going down. Demolition office can bring the construction waste also up here. I mean, it's picking up pace. No increased birth rate again. Not yet, at least. What a population graph, man. That is so bad. That is not a healthy population graph for a republic. That's like... it's like a flash game. What's happening here? You're focusing on other things instead of reconstruction, is that it? You're still assigned to these. Get rid of those. Do the reconstruction. Fugoshini. Road construction has lower priority than reconstruction for sure. Soviet Republic, everything is fine. That's the spirit. Probably gonna also upgrade the road leading up here to asphalt. Might be able to reduce the amount of buses running that way. If we can be more consistent when it's snowed in. Where's the prison bus? Refueling, probably. What if we transport these to the mine? There's not that many prisoners, I guess. Criminals to the mines. It's quite the trip. But if we can't unload them at the heating plant, we might as well, right? There's no room for them to work here. It's gonna be interesting to see how fast we're gonna be able to drive over that road when it's snowed in again. Alright, I'll build the bitumen storage. Then we can deliver bitumen to that. Oh god, crap, 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 crap. No one said anything. I hope it wasn't too bad. It was 11 degrees outside. They're fine. But yeah, the iron exports are also not enough. Those fuel import costs. Up until 95, 96, yeah, it's going up a little bit, and then whoop. 1940, 200,000. No more housing planned for now. Finish those constructions, make bitumen deliveries a bit more efficient, and then set up asphalt roads, which are gonna cost us money for importing bitumen, but I think this will benefit us in a roundabout way. At some point I might also have to start importing iron again. Well, we kind of need the ability to deal with the mixed waste here, but for now I guess I have to send it to the border still, because otherwise it's just going to keep on piling up. Oh, they also have an animation. I just saw that. They side-loaded. They had a weird load. Oh, it opens the backup. Okay, that makes sense. You wouldn't do that though, not in that situation. That makes no sense. Because you don't open it up to load it with trash. You would do that for unloading. I'm gonna write that down as a report. I've actually loaded and unloaded trucks that way. Backend usually drops. Yeah, you can open the sides too. They're all linked with like metal hooks. Only the front one is fixed, but the side ones are hooked to that, and the back one is hooked to the side ones, and it's all stable that way. Especially when pressure is applied from something being stored in the middle. We're going to reduce the amount of buses running to reduce our fuel consumption. They can still be used as replacement vehicles at some point. The end station makes it more efficient to run the line balancing. And the volume is not necessary right now. Can also drop a free demolition office over here. There's a warning icon here, but I don't see an issue. What's the problem? Oh, spirituality. Okay. No population growth research for us at the moment. I'm going to shut off workers going to these buildings because the resource deliveries are a bit too slow for that at the moment. And they should rather go to, like, to the bus stop and be picked up to work somewhere in the mine. Would be more useful in our case. Or do we need more buses? What the hell? No. Fuel price is below 500 and dropping. It's in a free fall right now. The Desert Republic has opened the valves and are selling us cheap fuel and oil. Iron price is steady. And coal price, like, what the hell? The game was like, yeah, you know what, fuel, we can back off a little bit, but coal, instant double price. It's time. Should build the same setup but for coal instead, huh? Coal time. Ridiculous. Might as well go steel mill at this point. Yeah. I'm not going to set up any other construction until the fuel price continues to come down. Or has come down significantly. We're still building in the city. There's a bunch of residential buildings still on the agenda, plus we could consider building the grocer here to make like getting food a little bit more efficient. Turn that gravel, it's fine. Getting up to asphalt roads kind of means we want to also at some point get rid of the Russo bolts, but I'm building them not for the top speed advantage, but the advantage for driving over snow. It's like low-tech farming. If you have enough workers, you can also just build roads that way. Why not? Do it all by hand. Yeah. I hope they don't add pavers and rollers. It's gonna be a pretty big culture shock. Or maybe some very low, I don't know. If they had low efficiency pavers and rollers, they would still work without any workers. I don't know. I'm probably too masochistic for questions about balance in this game, because I'm like, oh, you can't use any of the machinery that the game usually lets you do. Sure. Also send all the people who are like very sick, so the work goes even slower. Just like the good old days, yeah. Exactly like that. That's a busload full of workers. Lovely. I'm gonna reduce the amount of workers in here down to like half. Well, according to Mega Monkey, I can do actual half. There we go, 7.5. Iron gives about 32k a month for now. Well, 32k per train load. The more workers we have, we can fill a train with a single processing plant in 9 days, because we can produce up to 100 tons of iron per day, and we need 900 to fill a train, minus the reduced efficiency. So all we need is enough workers to run everything. So we could have a train run 3 times per month, and we could make up to like 90,000 per month, which would be enough for sure. More prisoners. Not again, we already tried that on Siberia. Didn't go so well. Didn't we have the same issue there? We built up planks and ran that with prisoners, and then the game decided that planks everything we tried to build up was like very low price and everything else became super expensive. I distinctly remember that. There was a lot that went wrong on that run. Early start Gulag challenge is something that I will have in the back of my pocket for when I feel really like losing. I don't know why coal price suddenly spiked that drastically. For fabric prices also going up quite a lot. But clothing price is following suit, so I don't see that as a problem. Board price is still kind of trash, as is wood price. Quarried stone has stabilized, is thinking about going up. We don't know yet. With the rise in coal costs, the power price is thinking about going up. I mean, it went up already a bit, but it's not too bad yet. With the crop prices. With the increase in workforce, that food factory and distillery might be more important. What solar gene? I have a game that's like Workers and Resources in Space. I'm not sure if it's still available. I do not know that game. That looks like... It's from 2022. Why does that name ring a bell? Only made a single game. Oh, it's still early access, okay. I have no idea. I haven't played it, so I can't tell you. But I have a game that feels like Workers and Resources in Space. I have to look up the name. That game is called Alien Horizon, which is in pre-alpha and free to play on Steam. No, not Lego Island 2. I found this game called Solar Gene. It's basically like Workers and Resources, but in space. It's very similar to this, I think. And I was wondering if you think it would be good to get it and play, or just play Workers and Resources. I have no idea, like, if it's like Workers and Resources in space. No idea. It doesn't look like Workers and Resources in space. It looks like... And neither does Alien Horizon, I guess, but... I played Alien Horizon. It was a mixture of Workers and Resources with surviving Mars. Solar Gene looks very blocky. Lots of people. And the UI is very, very large. I don't know. I'll take a look at it after the stream, I guess. See what if the video sparks any interest. But I guess this week is probably gonna be booked out with workers and resources. Maybe Mega Monkey can look into my calendar. See if there's like room for an appointment. And no, you can't say that everything is booked for Lego Island 2 now. That's not valid. Has a big logistics system, I think. Like, you can build 20 bases, like in workers and resources, make certain cities for stuff. But what threw me off was construction was instant, unlike... Oh, well... The construction being instant... I think logistics is a big part of workers and resources, but also that construction is not instant is basically a big part of workers and resources. So, I don't know. Okay, section number 3. Is Mega Monkey your manager? Yeah, pretty much. Mega Manager 56, I think we call him. I'm now upgrading this road. I thought I might like replace it with a better looking one. We're just gonna eat the bumpy looking road and just make it asphalt. I don't know if Mega Monkey's on board with that. You have to ask him. He's already handing out bans, so there's not that much difference, I guess. Yeah, I'll look at it. It does look interesting. I like the hydroponic setup in one of the screenshots. The outside look looks very strange with the lights and the blocky buildings, but hard to say. We can't really afford to build another industry setup. We can have so many workers running this. It is definitely profitable. Iron price is looking very good. We have to make it work somehow. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Oh, that's Gugoshny. I thought that was like a bus route coming from the city to this bus stop. Yeah, that one also probably consumes a lot of fuel, doesn't it? Once the asphalt road is up, it's gonna run a little bit better. Hopefully. Okay. I really want to redo the outside gravel road, but mainly because like building the rail line has butchered the terrain here. I don't even know if we need like a double lane road. I thought it would be nice to have, but it was good to have that for building the asphalt road, I guess, but I might just trash that double lane. No, I won't. I want to have a double lane, it's fine. Asphalt. I wouldn't build a double lane in the future, I don't think. Glorious unnecessary highway. I was thinking with the high volume of like the customs house, we could have lots and lots of road vehicles going to the border and back. And I thought that way it would make sense to actually have like a 4-lane highway, but not with those fuel prices. One more lane, I will surely fix it, and one more lane after that. Maybe once the money is sorted out. Yeah. I'm not sure if tearing up the road would solve the terrain. I mean, if I look at it from this way, it's fine, right? There's no bumpy road here whatsoever. It's all butter smooth. It's fine to me too. No problems whatsoever. Authentic. But should we turn it to asphalt, or should I tear it down, fix it, and then rebuild it? This one's also wobbly. Let's do a full ride. What does it look like completely? Oh my god. Authentic. I don't know why, but I kinda like the bumpy look now. I don't know why, but it, like you said, it feels authentic for the era, probably. And yeah, once we have more money than what we can do with it, then we can fix it at that point, but I'll leave it, it's fine. Reminds you of a roller coaster. If that reminds you of a roller coaster, I'm very sorry. That sounds painful. Let's start researching towards distribution offices. We need to get distribution offices up so that we can run the export of the incinerated waste out of here. In the beginning, not really. We can probably have a single truck or two dealing with that, but it would be more efficient to let a distribution office do that. Especially if we tell it to wait until loaded, it might also siphon off waste that we're unloading into the building at that point. Okay, first section of asphalt road done. Second section close behind, and then the middle section, which is it all over again, but from two sides. I wonder if there's new messages. Since I'm running the whole like notification system disabled for most of it. Do you know if there's a way to do the control to speed up without holding it down all the time, like a toggle? I can do with just space. You can hold Control 2 and then tab out of the game and it will keep running it. But we wouldn't want to use that while having population right now because it would kill everyone. So if you hold Control 2 and then press Alt Tab while holding Control 2, it will keep doing that while tabbed out. Maybe even the Steam overlay allows you to do that. I'm not sure. Like I said, I can't. I don't want to do that right now. But it should be possible. Not while you're still in game. I think if you hold Control 2, tab out, and then tab back in, I don't remember if it keeps going or if it automatically slows down again. Don't quite remember. Oh my god, we had a profit last month. Unfreaking believable. It begins. Does that correlate with lower fuel prices? No, the fuel prices actually went up again. So now the fuel prices are high and coal is also going up. Like, what the hell, game? Import fuel. You are the worst. It's like, oh yeah, we have no more money. We can take out like another 400,000 rubles in loan. Let us set up ships. It's beautiful. I should set up the unloading station for the trains for fuel. Import steel with ships. Yeah. Sure. Too close. So, unloading station, 2 wagons for fuel. Check out official dev blog post 57. That's from 2022. You want me to read all of that? Right now on stream? Show pictures of Excel files and stuff? Like, we're not doing that. crazy. There is no math in my vibe-based planning. That's unacceptable. Wait, can you use a rail construction vehicle to pick up other trains? Oh, new cargo wagons. Actual new train cars. We have no money, so make it worse. Other trains? Yes. Other trains. Was that meant to decrease the inflation? I mean, still use it today and seems very effective. What? What was supposed to decrease inflation? Importing by train should decrease the rate at which, or like by ship, should it decrease the rate at which resource prices go up by. Because you're importing them in bulk and less frequently, so the market has time to recover its price. Okay, it has electricity. Good. Whew. And a storage for the fuel. 300 tons locally should be enough. I'm not going to say more than enough because I'm pretty sure at some point it's going to start complaining again. Something like that. Blog post, I think, like they decrease the inflation rates, you don't need to buy a lot at once. I don't know. I didn't look at it because the blog post was really long. I opened the blog post and it was several pages worth of content. And that's not something I want to deal with at the moment. How does that help in my vibe-based economy? I still don't understand. We're just gonna put some tariffs on items and that's gonna solve everything. One more delivery of tiny amount of steel and then we have our incinerator up. Probably at a good enough time because this thing is also running full quickly. How fast are you losing money? This month doesn't count because we would have made a profit for now. But I bought 100,000 worth of rubles worth of trains again. We're losing 30,000 a month. It's gonna be worse once I start importing fuel by train. But hopefully it will create a brief moment of respite when the fuel is stored here and the fuel delivery can pick up locally. We'll relocate our fuel distribution office to that area. Domestically. Fuel and bitumen. I'm gonna have one storage tank in the train just for bitumen. You know what? I could make this its own train, but that seems kind of foolish. The idea was to have this wait and then drive forward onto this platform and then turn around and go its normal way. It would add a few more train cars to the whole thing. Oh. That stutter means that YouTube decided it wanted to get rid of my loop, the soundtrack setting. First settlement attempted to make money with some wood. And that was no good. Second settlement attempted to make money with a clothing factory, which was very good. And then iron. Should be able to finish all of these constructions. They don't need that many more resources. The construction officers are spreading out the resources evenly between all the buildings. I'm gonna get more migrants too, because that's gonna bring up our loan capacity again. I hope heating is gonna be fine. Do walls actually stop escapes, or is it more aesthetic? Escapes are not stopped by walls, no. It's only aesthetic. That's the incinerator. 5 workers in it should be plenty. So we can now bring the resources from here into said incinerator. I'm not going to do the hazardous waste. I'll keep bringing the hazardous waste to the border, because that, if there's an issue with the incinerator, I don't want the hazardous waste piling up and causing mass deaths from pollution in the city too quickly. That thing still hasn't been built, huh? Chernobyl. Yep. But not radioactive hazardous waste, just needles with stuff. What the hospital makes. I think that's going to be some terraforming to get some more houses in here. Probably another heating plant, maybe behind... Depends on how far we want to build that way, I guess. Another heating plant would also require more coal. And coal prices went up a bit. Workplace is full, huh? What are you doing here? Repairing. I really need to get these train cars attached to a train so I have some space in here. Alright, now you can make your way in there. What's the big import? Construction mats? Fabric, fuel, bitumen. So, fabric is making us money. Fuel is expensive. Bitumen because I'm building an asphalt road. which should help us during winter with reduced fuel cost once it has finished construction. Because vehicles should run a lot more efficiently over a road like that. See how fast that thing moves? 38 kilometers an hour instead of 21. It would get a lot more speed out of these vehicles. And the Russo-Balts could drive over a snowed-in asphalt road at full speed all time. It would be beautiful. Why no plows? Because the snow plows work at 10 kilometers an hour. They cause massive traffic jams, more honking, and people already like the honking sounds for the Russo-Balt vehicles that we have. Yes. Okay. It's gonna be so expensive to start up the train. Ugh. I don't like it. I think that's a problem. $4K due every day? RIP. Yes. RIP indeed. Okay, we're not loading fuel and bitumen just yet, but soon. What is this place? Winter from October till May? Yes, 7 months of winter. Hello, Caesar Clown. Enjoy your stay. Okay, now we wait here until loaded for export. Might not be always fully incinerated, but most of the time it should be. Hello Getriebesand, welcome. Doing okay mostly, thank you, hope you're fine too. One time I got a lot of loans and tried to make a city only exporting alcohol, and I kept taking out new short loans every week because I didn't know how the loans worked. Oh yeah, like half-year loans minimum amount, just clicking the button a bunch of times, that would be rough. There's no alcohol option. Republic was happiness boost better than the health issues. No alcohol is an option, but then you need to make sure you provide all the other services that they want. Iron is already halfway onto overtaking the boards for export value. Also needs more workers. Could be better, but it don't matter here. Okay. Uh-oh. That's not good. Heating plant without drinking water. Let's get another water and sewage truck. Make sure we don't run into any issues in that regard. And I guess we'll take out another smaller loan. Because we have to. If I hadn't bought the train cars and the other train, we would have had a larger loan, I think. So I think it's, even if this loan was smaller, I think it's looking better. And if the train station finishes construction, we're going to suffer a little bit more for importing a lot of fuel into it. Relocating the distribution office for the nation's fuel. I thought we could wait until the fuel cost drops a bit more. Until I do like a large import at the border. Okay, can you like maybe bring some drinking water to this area so the heating plant works fine? What are you doing anyway? Oh, that one. Sure. That is eating a lot of water. See how terrible the snowplows are? They just cause traffic nonsense. And then it's snowing in again right after, and the snowplow's work has been made for now. Tempted to move the snowplows into storage. The iron mine is taking all the... Oh, the substation has been built. Good. That should help. Would have been nicer if you delivered it to the substation in the city first, which is, well, more important, but Can't have everything, I guess. Also, once the asphalt road is done, we'll basically stop importing bitumen. Or would they be good? Maybe like roads that are already really busy, like main roads? No, they just slow everything down. Instead of getting snow plows, I'm upgrading everything to asphalt road, so I don't need the snow plows. That is my plan. Like, I should force them onto the asphalt road. It's a small step across, but the vehicles over there will be a lot faster. I think this is the best option. Oh god, the snowplows are working here. Get those snowplows out of here. See that? That's with a snowplow. That's horrible. Not a fan of the snowplows. In that case. Okay, more workers in the processing plant again. Early snowplows are very mood. I don't know in which case they could be good. Maybe on dirt, maybe on mud roads where vehicles are probably slower if the mud road is snowed in. But like as soon as you have gravel, I think it's fine to just let them drive instead of plowing it. American snowplow spies infiltrating your city in 1943. They've been working for a while. They've been here since 9 years ago. So 34. They've infiltrated us and subverted our republic. It was probably the snowplows that drove up our fuel prices. I haven't looked if I can build this past. I assume I can. Yes, I can. I might just shut off the gravel road. No one should be able to travel through. Everyone can go along the asphalt road. But yeah, the asphalt upgrade also cost us a bit of money. With the bitumen imports, 61,000. I want the grocer set up. If we worry that at some point this area is gonna run full on workers, we could set up another unload as a transfer stop, then load people who are at the bus stop and bring them up here. They would only do that if, like, that ever happens. They would not go up here otherwise. But I don't think there's gonna be a situation where that would happen at the moment. You're lacking a tiny amount of steel. We still have steel. Still don't have to set that for import again. They were great when they plow at 40 kilometers an hour, but when you have snow 4 months a year. I think they work great if the snow plow plows faster than the vehicles can drive over the snowed-in road. So if the snowed-in asphalt road, the vehicles drive 35 kilometers an hour, but the snowplow can do 40, then it's fine. Oh yeah, it fits. Good. After you do that, stop. You load clothing, and then you would go over here to unload fuel and bitumen. Probably just fuel in the beginning. Any future road upgrade would hinge on the fact that we need bitumen in the Republic imported by train. Waste storage is still struggling, huh? This should be shorter than to the customs house. It might just take a while. I mean, the mine working faster also means that more waste gets dropped there. I need to make sure that this technical service does not bring it to the customs house anymore. That looks fine. Could give you your own water and sewage truck, I guess. Does loan cost count as import, or is it just there? It's not listed in the numbers here. The loan cost is still on top of that. This price. So yeah. Not looking great. Almost done with the road upgrade. At least the part that requires asphalt. Cannot store or export mixed waste. Well, I really need to make sure that another technical service doesn't go up here. You should check if you can take more loans out over time, so then you know if you're actually growing or it's just part of the vibe economy. I can't take out more loans, like my loan game is not good. And right now 200,000 plus 540,000 is another around 750,000, which would pay back one of the loans, I guess. So it's like running about even. I guess I need another waste truck here. Oh, this one is heading to the customs house, that's why they're working so inefficiently. Everyone home, no one goes to the customs house. There's also no fuel up here, which is the other thing. I have to drive out of this area to refuel. Which is why I want to relocate the refueling to be closer to this place. I need a spare distribution office. Which ones do we have? Fluids, dump trucks, construction materials, citizen goods for Gugoshny and citizen goods for Bugodonsk. One of them could become a proper distribution office, I guess. I guess we can build one for the fluids. Once we have it researched. Early start distribution office. Parking spot for 5 vehicles or 10 vehicles. Nice. Let's see how large they're going to be. So now we're stuck with the waste here. which is not great because lack of fuel. Would make a lot more sense having a gas station there. Or bringing fuel directly into the distribution office, but I like my gas stations. Once fuel has arrived, then I guess we can up the number of trucks too. I'll bring it there right now. Make sure that this whole area works more efficiently. Because running full on waste is also quite inefficient. Maybe snowplows could make sense up here. Turning this into asphalt roads would be a bit of a nightmare. There's not too many vehicles running. I don't know, it would probably still not be that great. Oh, this one has also access to that waste storage. Well, that's great. No way asphalt is worth it up there. I think it is because of the, like I said, the extra speed over the snow. I would drive 31 instead of 22 kilometers an hour, which is 50% faster. You're a man of reason. Surely we can argue that 50% more speed is better, right? Math checks out. If you had spare money, then I would agree, but you do not. Maybe I should, maybe if we wouldn't have built the logging or the, like, imaginative boat that someone wanted. No, I think the iron mine's gonna be fine. It just needs a bit of time. It's gonna start up. It's gonna do well. We're gonna relocate the fuel over here, it's gonna be alright. Build a distribution office in place. For the citizen goods vehicles and local fuel distribution. It's gonna be alright. Still don't really want to build like fixed gas stations because I do think we're gonna have better ones on Thursday. $44 tons of steel left. Importing 370 tons of steel is surely going to increase the price of coal, iron, and, well, steel itself. Iron is going up. Wood has a slight upwards trend too, it looks like. What was the right amount of workers per job? 3 to 4? What job? Oh, per any job. Well, it's a 3-shift system, everyone works 8 hours, so math is usually 1 job requires 3 workers to fill the workplace. So if you're building a building that has 15 workers, having 45 workers in the city should deal with it. Okay, these buses are all full. I'm not opposed to that. New grocer almost done. I think this is also going to increase the efficiency a little bit. Because if people only want food and or meat, they're going to be able to get that much closer to their homes. And then they can finish their free time faster. Yes. That too. That's a very flat building. Oh. I guess we're gonna report that. We haven't tried the transparent on most of the buildings. Let me write that down. I don't know why. Why did I exactly test the one building where it's like not working? Just like spider sense, I guess. Doesn't mean that there could be more though. Police station still struggling with the crime in here. That's why you're a professional tester. Well, the other waste trucks have arrived, so things should hopefully start speeding up here. We're almost having a profit per month. Almost. Alright, that road is also almost done. It's gonna be a massive speed difference. Just you wait. Oh. I broke a vehicle. It's going full speed on gravel. Doesn't care for the snow. I think they'll prioritize the asphalt road, I would assume. Struggling, you should see my police stations. I usually only have one guy doing it. Imagine the city leaders showing up to him one day in a pile of paperwork and him panicking, and they're just like, seems fine to me. Sounds good. Oh, look at that. Almost 40 kilometers an hour in winter, like pure bliss. Now the Russo bolts are going to slow things down on the asphalt road. That means when the snow is melted, the Russo bots are going to drive on the gravel road and the other vehicles on the asphalt road. I guess. Another month, another bit of profit. I think it might be time to make the fuel distribution more efficient. Which means I have to check the checkbox for loading fuel onto the train. Maybe on the next loan refresh, if the loan that we can take out is larger than the loan we had previously. Right now it doesn't look like that's going to happen yet, but we'll see. Iron price going down for a couple months, because why not? I'm tempted to skimp on the amount of workers in the fire station by a bit. To have them... Actually, you know what? I think we have enough workers now where I can tell them to go wherever they want. Which means that the fire station might run on a lower amount of workers, but if there's a fire and the fire trucks are at that fire and they only have 10 workers, they will not leave, and the next bus full of workers would pile the remaining workers onto the fire station at that point. Yeah, just let them work wherever they want. It's fine, probably. I'm not going to start importing bitumen for the asphalt road right now. This means that the workers are traveling here in a much faster time. Previously they had like 10 minutes left before... Like, it took them 3 hours 50 minutes to get to the bus stop. And now it takes them 2 hours and 30 minutes. Which means we might be able to reduce the amount of buses here too. Alright, that one isn't even set to line spacing. Oops. To some line spacing. I had it set to like industrial way of thinking of like send a vehicle out as soon as possible. Guess we'll set it back to 30. Our price has dropped back down to 35,000. Oh well. Still dealing with the backlog of all the waste in every storage. So the incinerator running full right now is not permanent. Construction waste, metal scrap, and some ash. That iron is going up pretty quickly. Okay, we're at a point where I don't want to build anything. The fuel price, however, isn't coming down. Okay, I want to build one thing. I want to build a distribution office for fuel and citizen goods. Probably 2 separate buildings for this area. Doesn't really have to be inside the city, could be up here. They go in, pick up the resources, and bring them where they need to be. A distribution office for fuel is probably the first one we're going to build, so we can replace the one picking up directly from the border. It will require us to set the train, like I said, but maybe it's viable. Only one way to find out. We wait for having the distribution office and relocating the tasks. Most fuel deliveries are going to the city after all, and the village has a small demand for fuel, except maybe for the rail construction office. But all the fuel distribution would go from this point, not the customs house anymore. And then in the future we can consider also importing bitumen to this place. Okay, looks like we caught up with waste again. Very nice. Looks like we're in profit territory now. Because that train is almost ready again to go back to the customs house. So we're gonna start next month with a nice chunk of profit too. Can't believe we turned that around. It's still at 750,000, 250,000 plus 460,000 is like a little bit more than the 750,000 we took out last month, but it is getting better now. We just have to give it time. Do its thing. Let the industry work. We are also running on borrowed time for the lack of the steel construction resource, because at some point the buildings want to have maintenance done. And if we don't have steel for that, then things will look a little bit bad. $33,000 now. Profit went down. Maybe it's going to drive down the price of steel for a nice import at some point. The market didn't crash that hard. More housing is also needed. But not right now. We have a couple open flats, over 200. That's basically 100, and then I would say it's probably close to 200. Maybe a little bit less. I will update the low-tech rules today for early start. As an addendum. I think I'll make a change to it though. I don't want to make it too complicated. I was thinking like every decade you get 2 or 3 research points. So 1930, 30 you get 2, then 40 you get 2, and 50 you get 2. So if you start in 1950 you would start with the 6 free research points right away. But in 1930 you would only start with 2 and then get more as time goes along. Would that make sense? Probably. It prevents someone from like spending all the research right away for something weird. Like getting all 6 research points to start making ships, for example. Yeah, I have to develop something else. The 6 free research points, someone could basically go ahead and do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and make ships with those. It has to be a different system, I think. Maybe it has to be 6 free research points, but you can only spend them on research that is gated by time. But then you couldn't use it to build that one too. I have to think of something. I definitely don't want someone to use that to get to ships. Even though the logistical challenges they would put on themselves by producing ships without other basic tech is maybe a bit much. Who knows? What about 3 free for any, and 3 free only for the time ones? Yeah, something like that. That has nothing to do with early start DLC, and is all about low tech now. What about every decade, at either decade or every 5 years, you get a free research point, but you can only spend such a research point on a timed thing. Basically to help someone move through the years. That would also accumulate to 6 free research points from 1930 to 1980. Sorry, that's 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Yeah, 6 research points. Would stretch them out a lot more. And then I guess you could do whatever you want with them. I wouldn't have to limit it. If you want to wait from 1930 to 1980. But if someone starts in 1980, you get... No, it only happens if you start in free, if you start an early start. I don't know why I'm talking about that so much right now. Start with 131. Yeah. I spent 2 free researches right now, I think. Did I? No, I spent more than that. I got the heat resistance, vitamins, birth rate, and distribution office. That's 4. 2 from the settlements and 2 from getting 2 free ones. We only have to worry about people who start an early start with that new adjustment. Didn't you put low tech on hold last stream? I was debating it. Then we decided that I would get 6 free research points. But now I'm like arguing against that because I don't... Having that many research points right away for free is like too much, I think. But I think I want to give the player at least like 1 free research points because getting a settlement up is more difficult. I might have to play this on a non-Siberia map at some point to make a decision with that. Just green after green month, like we're just making money right now. Like, what's going on? Unbelievable. And this is like during the an iron price depression. Maybe I should use this dip to buy some steel. Looks like the crash has stopped and the price is going back up. Alright, there's the distribution office. What do the early start distribution offices look like now that we have them after 14 years after starting? Okay. That looks good. That one looks more compact than the other one. Maybe it's longer? Still haven't built the construction offices yet either. So much stuff missing. Alright, get rid of these snowplows. Go into a storage. I have to wait until that gas station runs empty before I fix the road for the distribution office. So this one will be Dio, Fluids, Bugu, Godonsk. And it's gonna handle the city plus like surrounding areas, bring fuel to places, and the bitumen. Once that's built, we can start distribution. Let us load fuel. Bitumen will happen later. And we still have to set up the unloading station. Thank you for the follow, Caesar Clown. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. Gotta be careful. This thing could import more than we have available in money right now. Oh, this is looking so bad. I really should have stuck to like 2 million ruble loans, but we're not dealing with that much money right now. Can't really. Oh wow. The clothing factory is almost out of fabric. What are you doing? What are you doing? You have fabric in... Oh, never mind. My mind was frozen over. I was like, the clothing factory is right here. Why are you driving fabric away from it? No, just a bit of a dummy right now. Iron price rising again. It was dropping last time. Now it's rising. And our train is heading to the customs house. I didn't look for how long, but we might have a nice price spike. We will see in 3 days. I think the train will get there faster. Actually, does it update immediately on the customs house? Are these prices different? 41.8. No. Take your time, train. There it is. 50.6. Price increased by 9 rubles per ton. That would be a good time for track snow plowing. I just slowed it down manually. This was sufficient. Oh yeah, you might not be able to keep up with the fabric anymore. What's going on? Is that really because of the faster speed? Having more workers here more consistently? I want to remove... it is still 689 seconds. It does need exactly 12 buses to make sure to get all the workers here. Or at least like not have anyone wait and be unemployed. Get the road cranes away from here. Get rid of these gas stations. Maybe this is going to be the citizen goods distribution. Because I would like to move this out of the way and put the fuel distribution over there. Or the citizen goods on this road and then leave this one as the fuel, like one of the two. But we have to move this away from the area. So the citizen goods distribution has to be relocated first. I'm worried about the fuel import. Because it's gonna continuously import fuel until 300 tons of fuel. I will stop it. No fuel. For now. Too risky. Made 50,000 last month. Thanks to the good iron price, I guess. Let's see. Exports overall. Clothing still in P1. Iron has surpassed boards. Yeah. Looks okay. At some point I need like proper gas stations in this whole place. The asphalt road should also help with the fuel distribution, because the fuel trucks are pretty modern, 2 of them at least, and can drive relatively fast. 38, 39-ish instead of 21. Or whatever the speed was over the gravel. We can check that on a road here. 21, yeah. So for those vehicles, it's even more than a 50% increase from 21 to 38. It's almost double. Which one is it? The iron mine one. New speeds of transportation never before seen. Amazing. I should be able to set this to like more appropriate line spacing. It should be closer to 60 seconds, but I want to set it to flexible line spacing. Which is going to take some effort. Because these vehicles will take a while to spread themselves out. And then hinder everyone else. What's up with you? Oh, we're out of power. Okay. 790,000. Excellent. Yeah, and the Russo bolts. I mean, any vehicle can drive over the gravel. They're like driving full speed asphalt and full speed gravel still. The asphalt part is mostly for winter, when it's definitely faster. What is the economy going to do to us next? How is the coal price looking? Coal price went down a little. Crop prices are still climbing. Food factory and distillery are kind of important. But I don't want to spread out the amount of workers we have right now. We can still make the iron production more efficient by having more workers in it. That's kind of the goal. Hopefully the 2 trucks will be able to handle the waste transportation away from the incinerator. Local technical service. Hazardous waste still goes to the customs house. We could also incinerate it. Maybe we should. We just should. I said I didn't want to do that for like safety reasons, but it's probably fine. The mixed waste from down here should also be transported. The mixed waste from Gugoshnyi should be transported to our incinerator as well. It's much closer to the customs house, but if we can reduce the amount of waste being exported, then we should do that. Plus there's not that much waste being produced in the settlement over here. And I guess the same for the hazardous waste from this area. Also making its way up to the incinerator. Plastics waste, biological waste, aluminium scrap, metal scrap can all go to the customs house because it's already profitable. There shouldn't really be any construction waste down there, except when the rail demolition might do some work, I guess. Could set up a way for the rail construction to also do rail demolition. And then it would have to transport those resources to the border, probably. Okay, distribution office is ready, but I'm going to fix the road entrance. And then that one will, for now, take over the work of the citizen goods distribution office. I'll leave the name fluids, because that's what's going to be, what it will do in the near future. But the other distribution office will go I think up here. That one's going to be for the citizen goods because they always have to do the right-hand turn to this area. So does the fluid distribution office, I guess. But they're all set up in a way where they make their way over here. And if they can get the resources without going onto the main road, that would be better. Having a larger distribution office will also allow us to have, like, I guess the local distribution of fuel could be done by the citizen goods distribution office, and then I have a distribution office which handles fluid distribution to other settlements that are further away. But I think that's not going to happen. I think that's all going to be train-based. So our loan amount went up from 750 to 790,000. So we're on a recovery path. Some of the old loans are going to be paid back at some point, but that doesn't really change the fact that we're still taking out small amounts of loans, which increases the monthly repayment rate. But we have no choice. Pay back the big one. That wouldn't change much. That one's still a 4.4% loan. If I pay that back and replace it with a 4.6% loan, what have I gained? We're not getting more money back from that. It's better just to let that one tick down naturally now. It's more efficient with the interest rate. Well, I can pay it back, but then I would be stuck with 110,000 rubles, which I don't like the idea. Let's pay back this one then. At least we have 175,000. Payback multiple. With what money, please? Okay. Looks like the iron processing plant needs to run 50% faster, because the iron mine is spitting out a lot of material. We did say that this iron mine could run iron production for 4 processing plants. So with 60 workers, we're close to a quarter of production, which means we are running this at full efficiency for a single iron processing plant. With 120 or 125 workers, we would need a second iron processing plant, and then the train would load faster and faster. Brown gold. 30,000 savings per month. can probably plan for a second iron processing plant if we get the population count up high enough. If we have the logistics bringing the workers up to the mine. Okay, you are set up. Why do we have clothing? Did you try and transport clothing to the clothing store or something? Because you shouldn't have done that. Slow and steady now. Let's do the fuel imports right now. Right this second. It's gonna be beautiful. I have an idea. This distribution office will maybe take over another task. We're gonna put the fluid and the food distribution up here. How much iron did we make? More than half. Very good. I guess we can limit this one to... Let's limit it to... I said 60 was like almost close to sufficient. Let's limit it to 80. Just so we start seeing unemployment if for some reason too many people go up here. Okay, looks like we can carry more people by bus now. Why didn't you load fully? What is your line spacing? 258. We do have 8 buses, which is plenty for that purpose. Tomorrow we're probably not going to stream workers and resources because... Oh, I'm not sure. We might not stream workers and resources because I have to take a break in the middle, but I don't know how long it'll take. Thursday, probably going to stream some workers and resources if everything is okay. I wouldn't see why not. I'm not stopping streaming right now. I'm just just like thinking about that right now. Need to power up for the weekend, yeah. Totally. We still haven't delivered prefab panels to this, which is... Didn't I set this to load prefab panels at the border? So we have a few? I guess not. Yeah, just slowly keep bringing prefab panels here, it's fine. Prefab panel source will also be local. We might have to set up another processing plant, because the iron mine is running the iron ore storage full. Which will create more waste, create more issues in other regards. Our waste trucks bringing the waste to the border are still insufficient. Wait, where's it? Okay. We're even more prepared for the train to load. Over 500 out of 900 tons already available. This is going to approach the point where I need to make the train longer. And this, like, improvement, if we can stem it with the... Like, the waste is the thing that concerns me the most. If we can manage that, then... This is all just more profitability for not really much change in existing setups. Also, who's making metal scrap? 20% metal scrap. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. We're making iron, not coal. There should be metal scrap in here too. But that means... oh boy. I don't have an aggregate storage for loading the metal scrap now. Well, thankfully there's enough space to put that here. Okay, that one we can set up easily. That'll cut down the amount of waste a lot. We're gonna have some metal scrap. In the future we can use that to maybe do recycling and we can recycle the metal scrap into steel. But yeah, that will cut down the amount of waste. That would block future track. There's no track going this way. This ends here. This is an industry that develops around this whole place. There's no train going this way. Why would the train go through there? There's the metal scrap. You have prefab panels now? Yes, 18 tons, good. Can't believe I forgot about the iron scrap. Why are all the bulldozers busy? Okay. I guess they're back now. That won't work. It has to be like that. We're not gonna make it a conveyor engine. I guess I could build it like this at 2. But it's okay. That looks better. Loans are going back up. 850,000 now. 60,000 higher than before. How's the steel situation looking? We have to import some steel. Not looking forward to it because it's going to be expensive, but we have to do it. Okay, that's too many vehicles. start importing steel again on the next trip. Actually on this trip right now, I think. Go to the customs house. Come back when there's more wood, I guess. So this is going to be expensive, but I don't want to run into the situation where we run out of maintenance materials. Plus if we import a lot of steel, then I guess the iron price is also going to go up. Maybe a little bit. That's the fluid distribution office and the citizen goods. And then this one could do either the waste from Bugodon's iron mine to the border, or something different. Like it could be the rural distribution office bringing the citizen goods over to Kogoshny from the same warehouse setup. So we also don't import from the border anymore, but use this warehouse instead. That would get rid of one of these distribution offices. That one. Yes, we're importing steel. I think we already did. Did we? Must have. Yep, 68,000. That's gonna happen 4 more times. What does ASA and DO mean in your naming convention? DO is short for distribution office. SA? AS, you mean aggregate storage. It's basically the building's abbreviation as initials. Hello Eusebius, Hobbs. Because usually you have the icon, and what type of building it is not that important. Like you usually start to learn like distribution office, aggregate storage. Some things are duplicate, like which one was it? Demolition office and distribution office. So the demolition office I usually call DEM-O, DEM and then O. But for most things, just the initials is fine. Makes it nice to go into the list of buildings and then just... You can theoretically sort it by building name. We don't have that many, but it helps you sort all the aggregate storages or all the distribution offices and then just go through them. I know you can also do that this way, but yeah. Like how I keep organized everything. Thank you. We at some point did a run where we didn't allow ourselves to have distribution offices. Neither rail nor normal ones. And we got up to, I think, 40,000 citizens without distribution offices. And we had a lot of lines, and I had to organize those too, and ever since then... That sounds brutal, what on earth? It was fun. trying to run everything with lines and seeing what the limitations are and how you can make things work. I thought it was fun. Of course, like when you're really used to distribution offices, like it's okay. Let's put it that way. We're doing these kind of things on this channel. No distribution offices. Wow. Yeah. We're doing challenges to make the game more difficult. It's kind of what we're doing on this channel, a bit. Still waiting on production here. Is there machine replacement in the sawmill, or why is it taking so long to fill the boards? It's admirable, I dig it. It's all on YouTube too. Yeah, that series I uploaded to YouTube. I only uploaded one series last year. And I did start uploading this one to YouTube too. Although I don't know how many episodes this one's gonna have. It all depends on what the release on Thursday is gonna look like, I guess. Looks like this area is now balanced to the point where the iron ore isn't really going up or down too much. And we're handling a full train of iron ore pretty well. To work with road signs, priority road signs and such things. I've done that. Yeah. We're doing that. I like this tool for that purpose. Place crossroads with priority road sign, so you can just click a junction and it places the signs automatically. And when you've used that for some time, you'll get to know some of the intricacies. So for example, if you... where can I show it? Where would be a good example? It basically, there is a logic to it. So if you have a three-way junction, you can just cycle through things. So you can keep clicking it and it will cycle through. But if it's a four-way junction, then they flip-flop with a straight line through. Except if it's a dirt road, then dirt roads usually don't get priority signs automatically assigned to them. So I guess if you have something like this, you can force the dirt roads to have priority signs, but on the first click the gravel road gets priority. And that also happens with if you have a junction that where the gravel road bends, it will prioritize giving the priority signs to the gravel road, like you can see here. So that tool is kind of handy when you know that. And then if that is the case, you can cycle it. But if it's like straight through and you click it again, it would flip-flop. So this one to this one. But if it's a corner, it rotates. It also pays attention to where there's already priority signs. I'm not sure if it does that with dirt roads. Let me check. That's kind of like interesting to me right now. So if we have something like this, and then we have something like this, so my understanding from the game is that it checks where there's already priority signs. So it now knows that this road is supposed to be priority. But we know that the game would default to giving this road priority signs, like the gravel road. So I'm wondering, is it going... I'm gonna make this like a T-junction too. So is it going to give the gravel priority sign, or is it giving priority sign to the dirt road? My assumption is that the priority signs that already exist will take priority, and it's going to give the dirt road priority. Okay, it gave the incoming dirt road that already had priority, and then one of the gravel roads. So there's like a logic behind all of this, and you can develop an intuition for how that behaves. Also, if you don't use the signs, then they will all slow down to like 60 kilometers an hour to drive through the junctions. If you have these asphalt roads and they drive 110 kilometers and get to a junction where there's no signs, they will slow down to 60. Unless they have a priority sign. Or even if they don't have a priority sign, they need signage. Right-of-way junctions are slow. Okay, we have steel again, looking better. Of course, we're spending some money on that, as expected. We have a new refrigeration truck, which can hold 0.6 tons of meat. Now that sounds terrible, but we have to realize that these buildings don't really hold that much meat. So it is a good deal, and I'll probably get them. And we'll move the other refrigerated truck into a storage, where it can be used as a replacement vehicle for the route that brings meat to the meat storage locally. That could also be a distribution office at some point. A distribution office that takes over the meat distribution inside the nation. Not just this building, but like other locations too. But that distribution office would be closer to where the meat gets produced. Or imported. I don't want to do meat, like food production in Siberia. I don't know. Hello, Gentrussi. Welcome. Hope you feel much better today. Unfortunately not, no. But thank you, anyway. I'm just very excited because Workers and Resources keeps me distracted very well. It's like when you're sick and you're doing something you really enjoy, the sickness kind of goes into the background. So I guess I'm happy. It sounds like I'm doing much better. Look at the Russo bulbs now slowing down the other vehicles. Unbelievable. If I were to replace this with an asphalt road, it would be even more pronounced. Not really. The asphalt, only during winter. During winter, the Russo bulbs would drive 20 kilometers on these gravel roads and not be as affected. Because the other vehicles would also have to slow down to that speed. Last time I played, which was like a year ago, I tried making an isolated mountain town with no train access at my border. Sewage was my biggest problem. How would you deal with that? Isolated mountain town with no train access. Well, it depends on where the water is. If you have a mountain that runs straight into a water source, you could pump it up on the mountain ridge and then let it flow down the mountainside. Problem is that you would have to have maintenance be able to go down there, but they can run along a footpath. So if you snake a footpath down the mountain to the sewage discharge, that would work. You have to discharge it somewhere, so that would be the only option. If the sewage discharge has to be quite far away from the mountain, you can't do anything with the sewage. It has to go somewhere. When gets the DLC released on Thursday, 6 to 8 PM in Germany? Any infos? I have no idea. Probably normal release time. I guess you could check when the Biomes DLC or the World Maps DLC got released and infer the release time from those. Let me check. It's probably still on... It's probably on the Workers and Resources Discord. I would have to check, but I don't know. I assume it's in the afternoon. So I was exporting my sewage and thought I needed a water source to discard it. Yeah, you need a water source to discard it. You can dig a water source at the bottom of a hill. If there's no water source, you can still dig down to groundwater level. But a mountain town, if you're exporting it, you still are bringing it to customs. You're way above water level. Like, yeah, like I was saying, if you wanted to have a city up here, you would have to snake a footpath down, and at the end of the footpath would be the sewage discharge at a lake. No day off from work for me needed, only on Friday. I don't know if they release it on noon or in the afternoon. Like I said, I don't know. I'm assuming it's like afternoon is Steam standard time. Alright, I'll look it up. Just give me a second. Announcements in Workers and Resources Discord. World Maps DLC wasn't that late, I guess. Where is it? Thank you for the follow, CBS Hops. Much appreciated. You already wrote 19 o'clock? Okay, thank you. I'll get out of the Discord then. There we go. Welcome to the stream. Well, the steel imports sure are expensive. But they're giving us a lot of flexibility again in like stopping the imports if we want to. We need one more import and then one more loading of steel, and then I guess I can turn off the steel imports again for now. That way we import steel in bulk. That sounds fine. And the prefab panels have also been... They have not been stored yet. Why not? Because the unload command hasn't been set yet. There we go. When you get angry and then you realize you made the mistake. That's what workers and resources is. You get angry at the game and then you realize, I forgot a checkbox. Alright, that is set up. Metal scrap now goes in here. Which means we're gonna have the same amount of construction waste. It looked like this was fine with a single train car, but I think we're going to assign 2 train cars for metal scrap. So I don't need to change the route because we set it to load iron ore, or iron until fully loaded, and then load whatever else before running. The metal scrap falls under load whatever else. And I'll deal with that right after. Classic and Classica. It is what it is. And with this change, the metal scrap also being filtered out of the waste, there will be a lot less mixed waste here requiring handling, because the metal scrap is now out of the equation. There's still construction waste in here, partially probably because we don't have a waste storage for that quarry. I could try and move a quarry over here, which might be in range of the existing waste storage. Like, it can even be a low quality quarry. I don't think the speed of the excavator is that important right now. Until we go over to like train exports for gravel. Well, there's the citizen goods. Sure, move everyone over. And this one is unnamed. Distribution office for something. To be defined in the future. The fluid distribution would be only... Would it handle everything? I guess it kinda would. But it wouldn't load from the customs house, it would load from these storages for fuel and bitumen. So we have to set these as well. Fluid storage fuel and fluid storage for bitumen. And then when I go into the distribution office, it's clearly visible that they're assigned, because we have no icons here. So I like that more. It's more organized in a way. No more customs house. This is currently handling the fuel distribution across the Republic. So yeah, we probably will import fuel next time and then get the vehicles relocated. We're down to 780k. If I wait a bit more, I might be able to combine a loan into 1,000,000 rubles. Well, we do have to refresh the loan right now. Police station looks fine again. Courthouse keeps up with it too. I realized what we could use this distribution office for. We still have the cement trucks running indefinitely. So we could put those in there. It would be better to have that distribution office closer to the source of the cement, which would cut down the time. But for now I think that's okay. And we would also have another... the fluid distribution office would deal with the bitumen. We don't need that. So... utility, I guess, clear everything. We use that for the cement and could also use it for the meat trucks to not overfill the meat storage, I guess. Small vehicles. At some point this whole building is going to undergo machine replacement and will grind to a halt for some time, but not a problem. We still got plenty of time until then. Once I start importing bitumen too, at that point I would try and upgrade more roads. And that is kind of like a risky proposition for how much money I'm going to spend. There could be the new gravel quarry. I'm not sure if it's in range of the waste storage. I don't think it might not be. Oh, it might just be in range. Yeah, it should be in range. Then we'll use that one. Replace the old quarry with the new one. Also get the construction waste out of that. into an existing storage. Didn't want to fit a storage there. I'm just relocating that closer to the gravel processing, which would also help if we want to export the gravel at some point, which we can set up over here, hook up to the train track, and run a shorter train on gravel exports. I don't think the gravel prices have changed much. Okay, they're still on a slow upwards trend. Coal is not sure what to do. Wood is trolling. Fuel seems to be going up again. It's like, oh, you're making some profits. Don't mind if I do. I could start importing hazardous waste. No, the train only holds 800 tons of iron, because I reserved another 100 tons for metal scrap. I haven't looked in... Oh, game did not like me switching from... I have to test that, see if it happens again, but that was weird. I wanted to check if my vehicles were undergoing heavy maintenance or like wear and tear, because I didn't set them to like 30% recently. 4 minutes lost. The whole gravel quarry might have been out of that time. We lost 4 minutes. We're on the back foot now. Yep, never happened. That's 116 meters, so plenty of space here. Okay. I think a 45% quarry is gonna be fine. Even 40% would be okay. I mean, even... I don't know. This seems to be just in range. Which could change based on how this gets set up. I'll give it a little bit more insurance. But it is definitely hooked up. 117 meters to the waste storage. Plus we can make the road a little bit smoother. Yeah, 50% is plenty. Now I remember what I wanted to show with the gravel and the priority roads. But it's not that interesting. So if you... There's not that much space here. If you have a junction somewhere, and then there's another junction, you would expect this to just flip-flop based on that rule. But like I said, it already knows about other priority roads. So in this case, because this is a priority road and this is a priority road, it would not flip-flop and send the priority road through a straight line here. It would create an L, like a corner when you click. So when you have that in mind, you might, you know you want to set up a priority road that goes that way. You go here, click once or twice to flip-flop it. Click here and then click this one last. So you don't have to then go manually in and edit the whole assignments. You can set things up with the priority roads for the straights first, and then the priority roads for the corners should set themselves up based on what you have set up already. That makes the tool more handy for that purpose. I want to add more train cars for the iron train. It runs less often, but it would carry more material, so each trip would be more efficient. And it would also give the customs house, the market price, more time to recover if we're having any negative impact while exporting. Apparently we still have 3 flats. Yes. We still can't research increased birth rate. Higher education is back down to 19%. Let's give it a few more staff in here. Yeah, just wait until the gas station has run itself out of fuel. And then we'll switch over to the other quarry. And then we can tear down this quarry and the road leading up to it. We have 208 meters left for this train, with a train car length of 12. We take 208 divided by 12, that gives us 17 more train cars. To get close to a 450 meter long train. It wouldn't add any huge quantity of profits to do that, but it would look cool. Unemployment. Huh. I guess we'll assign another bus to the clothing factory route again. Maybe even two. Could give it an end station to also make it run more efficiently, but I think for that route it's not as important since it's so close. Unable to visit hospital. I thought I clicked that and I thought it was the hospital for a brief moment and we had a health crisis, but then I remember that I had the sound for the medical university. I'm not sure which people couldn't visit a doctor, but it does not appear to be urgent. There was like 2 people who complained. 8 people. More population would increase our debt ceiling and give us the ability to combine our loans together, which then through that would save us more money. If we have enough heating capacity, which we do, we can consider putting down some more houses. Once we hit like 14 degrees in this area, I would probably stop. But right now I still think we have plenty of heating to go around. Now I don't really have any employment for them per se. But we could also consider building up the second processing plant and just running more workers in the mine. Because that would not require anything else from us. Other than the footpath, the processing plant, and the conveyor bridge leading to the storage. Everything else is already in place. gonna be a costly build, but I think we'll do it. And then we have somewhere for our workers to go. When do we get better buses? I wish you could click the date and sort it by that. That's gonna be the better bus until 55. And then the Choson from France. If we had a connection to the west, I guess. 53 is when better buses become available in 9 years. 47, the ZIS 155. Okay, 2 years for that one, 2.5 years. It's already time for those vehicles. All the bulldozers, excavators busy with the groundwork of the new processing plant, which is gonna chew through a bunch of our imported steel again. And that building will take a bit to build. Shouldn't be too bad though. Water, sewage, heating, all available. Just have to make sure they can go to a grocer, shopping center, bus stop. But since these settlements are all still relatively compact and small, that shouldn't really be a problem. I was considering setting up another bus stop to maybe optimize foot traffic to a bus stop for where they can go to work. Haven't done that yet. Can reach everything but the kindergarten. Probably not a bad idea having another one down here. Maybe a smaller one as an alternative. You're a frigging magician with those pathways. It mostly depends on the order of things. Like if you want to make a pretty pathway, you have to remember that it's really hard to get like the correct angle on a corner, what you want. So you have a few options. Like if you want to make a pathway that is like aligned with this, you can, for example, start, let's say, start up here, and then hold the mouse wheel to get like really close and get like a nice straight path in, exactly the way you want. And then if that corner is too sharp or whatever, then no problem, you already have the straight pathway you want. You just set up the second straight pathway and then set up the corner you want. Either like something like this or like the sharp corner. So that's really helpful. It's easier to build the straights first and then build the corners after, especially when you hold control. Mouse wheel to adjust, and then exactly what you want. So I usually start with the straights between the exit footpaths from the houses first, and then hook them up with the corners as needed. Once you realize that if I start drawing from here and then try and draw a corner from a house like here and then try this whole thing, you're not gonna have fun. Much easier to just draw a straight here, mouse wheel as narrow as possible and get a nice smooth corner around the building. Sometimes it's too close and then it doesn't work, but then you just draw the straight a little bit further away from the building. So that's a neat tip for the footpath placement. Allows you to get really precise footpaths in that look pretty sharp. What else is there with footpaths? Yeah, one thing I learned relatively recently. For example, let's say you have a footpath like this, and you would like it to extend in a straight line down this way. Like, how do you get that to work? Well, if this footpath is already straight, and you know that, well, what happens if you draw it like this? Well, you can't place it. But what you can do is look at the red line up here and make sure it is still straight with the existing footpath. Then you let go, click again and draw it back up. Now this one isn't straight because this is a corner and it's like weird. So if I try this now, you can see that it's not perfectly straight. But if you have a, let's say if you have a footpath like this and you want to extend it straight on, there's multiple ways you can do that. The one like I just showed you, like you go this way to extend it out straight further, and then you just draw back, and then it's just straight. This is mostly useful for diagonals, when you have a junction like this, and you don't get an automatic snapping. So you can drag it across, let go and drag it back, and then this goes through here straight. The other way, if you have a single end footpath like this and you want to make sure it's perfectly straight and you don't want to deal with this whole nonsense, you just give it a dummy footpath that will work unless it's perfectly parallel. Like you can just drag it out like this, for example, and then you hold the control key and it extends further, and then you can get rid of the assistant footpath, and that also makes a perfectly straight footpath extension. I think learning about corners and how you can avoid having to place corners manually is like the most important thing. Like I showed you. Try and place the straight lines first and then how to connect them. But yeah. This whole bit with like a straight line going all the way through Usually doesn't happen all the way from the beginning. I think it went up to here and then this one got added after. Yeah, it's not perfectly straight. You can see that up here it's a little bit off, I think. Maybe it is perfectly straight. I don't remember. I think that's the number one thing that holds me back from this game, is how hard it is to make things look nice. So yeah, these tips are great. Yeah, first you learn how to make things very efficient and functional. Then you learn how to make them pretty and like efficient enough, basically. I'm not at the point anymore where I want to have as many people as possible squeezed into a place. I still had to squeeze a lot more people in than I wanted. I wanted this to be a park instead. But I'm still going to place them in weird angles and shapes instead. And that's kind of like the reason why we're struggling economically a bunch of times. Not because of my incompetence, just because I'm building pretty buildings. So again here, like, how do I get this footpath to work? I don't want to care about that. Just figure out what is like approximately straight and then we can work from that. Across the corner. Is that too sharp, or I can make it wider? Do I want it angled? That will be fine. Nice pretty footpath. Because of Mega's incompetence. Well, let's not delve into that any deeper. We're still running a vibe-based economy here. Mega does deserve credit for all the hard work he did on his efficiency calculator. Vibe-based, yeah. I'm trying to keep the very short paths greater than 9 meters. What? Straight up useful. I think that's number one. Yeah, that's, we already read that. Tumahai, I don't get your... Trying to keep the very short paths greater than 9 meters. I don't get that one right now. Some people would hate this. There's so many short footpaths to build. They would absolutely detest that. But I'm just fixing that by another construction office who will build anything but buildings. And I'll just help with the construction of short footpaths like that. Or pipes or whatever. So I don't have to worry too much about this taking a very long time. 10 meters and beyond doesn't need workers to build. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't care about that. I make them really short everywhere, and then, like I said, I have 4 personal cars who, or like in our case, currently we still have buses. I don't know if we have personal cars available by now. Oh, we have. I can replace them with personal cars now. Sounds kind of cool. Let's do that. Kim 10. From 1940 to 1941. Available for a year. They're gonna handle our footpath construction. That was a lot of money for that. Anyway. Oh, there's a fire. And we don't want any highly educated people in those houses for now. Hello Rubber Duck, long time no see. Hope you're having a good day. I'm just building some footpaths that are also just going to be there for cosmetic purposes. We might have some lower density housing on that side. Like we found out that low density housing apparently is not that much affected by heating. EA aktivieren, Zugang bekommen, Beta umgestellt, kann man nicht. Did you get the DLC? Or did you just get access to the beta branch? You need the DLC. You need to own the DLC. So there should be, in the email where you got early access, it should give you the instructions for switching to the beta branch, but you must also have a Steam key that you activate. Like, in that email there should be a Steam key that you have to activate, and then you should have the option after it downloads that content. Does that make sense? Are you German? Maybe. Or should I say it in German, Rubber Duck? Not German after watching Dark sounds awesome. No, you don't have to create a new Steam. In Steam, in the library, bottom left, there's a button called Add Game, and then you click Activate a product on Steam. I think the key has everything. It says like it has the main game, all the DLCs, and the new upcoming DLC. So if you activate that one, you get the new DLC. For you, you only need the latest DLC, I guess, so all the other content is kind of wasted, but can't really change that, I guess. Alright, good. Sounds good. Oh man, the iron price is crashing. Well, it was kind of to be expected. It's gonna go in lower once we increase the amount of iron we're producing by sending more workers up there. I'm a little bit worried when electronics become like a thing that the people will want to have. Okay, there's some pollution in that building, but it's still fine. Maybe the highly educated people don't like pollution as much. Maybe I should move them into a different house. Like one of the new ones we're planning here. There's no heating next to those. And we're back to concrete deliveries. This building is going to take a while, but it can. It's not urgent yet. We're just planning for the expansion of the city. We might get up to 2,500 citizens, unlocking another research point. And yeah, I think one free research point per decade is probably what I'm thinking. That sounds reasonable. For early start. At least like first idea. Do I want to start importing fuel? I kinda do. Yeah, let's do it. Got 1,000,000 rubles now. We could also wait until we can pay back 2 loans and combine them into one, which would reduce our overall repayment rate. And that might be a smarter idea. Okay, let's... I shouldn't mess too much with things right now. Like, messing with the fuel distribution could be risky. Running out of money and power cutting off would also be a death sentence. I want this to be built a little bit faster, so we're gonna utilize some dirt footpaths to hook things up in a more organized fashion. Just a little bit of an increase. There we go. That's pretty much everything. I guess the dump trucks are still busy bringing asphalt over here. What is the other? Oh, the other bus route is from the village, right. If you bring people back, I guess you transfer unload them at the stop. So they're just going to like be cycled again. Instead of potentially wasted when they can't get unloaded. Alright, that one is done. And we can move over. You definitely shouldn't have any workers in there. New loading space is going to be this one. And we should probably get the fuel out of there at least. I don't care too much about the quarried stone. 3 tons of fuel is still 1,800 rubles. It works. Good to hear. Glad to hear that. Very nice. I'm gonna get a single fuel truck to handle that. I'm gonna move from here, load the fuel and bring it into that gas station, I guess. And then after you're going back to the depot, and then we can tear everything down. We might only need like 2 vehicles running that route, since it's much shorter now. Or at least like the demand is shorter, I guess. Lower. Previously we tried to export, which was nonsensical. I could even consider just running 1 vehicle, to be honest, and having it set to wait until loaded. Unloaded. It will only take up 1 space. Oh, we do need a nearby gas supply to make that work well, which will happen as soon as the other distribution office comes online. Okay, let's pay this one back, I guess. Down to 84,000 rubles per month now. We really need to work on combining them into fewer high capacity loans, high volume loans. Looks like the dump trucks have started doing their stuff here. I also need to look at the personal cars. I haven't seen them yet. Beautiful. They are very thin, but also very bulky. They look like a Porsche. Not really. I'm just messing. I'm just messing. Oh, they can drive 80 kilometers an hour. Okay. That would be very luxurious cars if we gave those to, like, people who drive to logging camps. But I guess you could use that to drive 4 people to a logging cluster of like 2, 3 or 4 logging camps. Alright, we got some personal cars now. Does the repair station reach up to the iron mine? I forgot. Yes. It should, technically, reach that. Oh, I wanted to look at the state of the wear and tear of vehicles. Some of them are still set to 50%. Buses going rather heavy into wear. I should set this down to 30. And last time it crashed going from automatic vehicle replacement to list of vehicles and buildings, but it's not doing that this time. Gotta wait until the iron mine expansion is done before the bulldozers and excavators are available again. I think I just set a lot of vehicles into vehicle repair. Not really. Let me increase the amount of workers. Yeah, let's do it that way. Make sure that the vehicle repair is keeping up with the increased amount of vehicles that we have. Because those vehicles that are on a line and not working from a building will actually take the way to go there themselves, which is excellent. Another benefit of like using direct lines instead of distribution offices, for example. You don't have to send a vehicle to the distribution office to repair the vehicles, they just drive to the repair station themselves. And I find that quite handy. It's barely able to keep up with the waste removal from here. Could be better. Do I have to assign another train car for metal scrap? Seems like we're making a lot more metal scrap than I thought we would. I will definitely have to do that if we extend to a separate second iron ore processing plant with the capacity and workers to run both. I mean, then we basically need to double up on the train throughput. Yeah, in regards to tomorrow, I don't know. It might be 2 half streams of workers and resources, or we might play something different as an intermission in preparation for Thursday. I'm way too much into workers and resources again. A little bit worried on what's going to happen on Thursday with the update. I'm excited for all that's going to change. I'm a little bit worried for our republic. And I have no idea what will happen. We're over 2,000 citizens strong now. There's a lot fewer workers here, which is interesting. It can't just be because of the vehicle repairs. Is it really because of winter? Then we run into a throughput issue, where the buses just run the route slower, and then we don't get enough workers to the iron mine anymore. How's the Republic doing? Just saw some scary loans. We're kind of past this, or right in the middle of the scary loans. We went down to having like 400,000 rubles left, and then we started making money. So now we're hovering around 1,000,000 rubles that we can have. And there's a lot of things we should be doing, but I'm kind of thinking about trying to combine the loans. Why aren't you... Wait, why are you not loading the metal scrap? Oh, because it's just set to construction waste. Load anything, not just construction waste. So we don't need more metal scrap cars, it's just... Okay, they haven't loaded metal scrap yet. really want to upgrade this road leading up to the mine to asphalt, which means I would like to have bitumen here that we can, or bitumen at least at the setup. This is going to cost us some money. I'll plan on upgrading that road. If I use dirt bypass roads, it's going to create a little bit of a traffic nightmare if I do that during winter. But that's the majority of time we have throughout the year, so it probably still has to happen. And it would also use workers for that, no machinery. Well, we have some sections that we can use to upgrade this. To get things started. Ideally up towards the bus stop, which would be the main traffic for the area. All prepared to have the bitumen on site, inside the storage tank, and no other construction ongoing. Otherwise the dump trucks are going to be busy. And yeah, maybe something to do when it's not snowed in, because then the dirt road is not going to be too slow and too far off of a snowed in gravel road. As long as we have a green income, we're making progress. It doesn't have to match the large expenses we're making with a loan. If the green income is higher than the... well, the green income will... like, usually for the ruble the inflation is higher than the interest rate, but that isn't true yet. We're in 1945 and inflation isn't a thing yet, although it looks like it is. Did the crop prices crash? Interesting. It's gonna make food and alcohol cheaper. Fuel prices went up to 822. That's still a nightmare. Probably doesn't help that I'm still importing bitumen now. I mean, we are in Siberia, we should probably find a source of oil and export that with a steam train. It is like more than twice as far away than we have built into the map so far. But it would only need a village to make sure a fire station is staffed, repair station, some construction offices, and then load the oil onto a train and export it to either make bank for the high oil price or lower the fuel cost. But that would be another large investment, like the iron setup. And when I built that one, I thought we had plenty of money left, and then we almost ran out. So for the oil setup, which is even further away than twice the development we have made so far, it's we're not going to get that in like a road and then the next village. It has to be a village, another village, and then we're around the lake where we found the oil. And the terrain is also not going to be in our favor. We're kind of like settled in with a city that we're trying to expand to the capacity of the iron mine, so that it can run a nice chunky profit for us. But the development for that is taking its time. Not too bad, but it is taking some time. I'll make the water truck wait until unloaded. Reduce the fuel consumption on that by a bit. Alright. Tanker has arrived. Were you not able to load all the fuel? One of our repair vehicles was stuck here for the longest time. Oh, this is still assigned to a distribution office, that's why it got more fuel. Well, now it's empty, and we can demolish it. But I'll start with the demolition of the roads first. Yeah, that means the repair station has been running very low throughput for some time. I did get that truck recently, which was blocking the entrance. Like, I think early this year. It should probably be fine. If most of the vehicles are on routes, they can make their way to the repair station themselves, and they're not relying on the repair trucks. That is a very low amount of workers here. Coal market crash. Several months. Fine by me. Maybe that wasn't a great idea. I just triggered the reconstruction of several buildings. They should prioritize those if they can. Shouldn't take too long. The personal cars are also able to send workers to reconstruction sites and help with the repair and maintenance of buildings. "17 kilometers an hour, so slow." I think buses might be more affected by... Oh no. Oh yeah, 22. Why were you only 17 though? We're quite slow through there. Or maybe because it was uphill. Well, we have a month until the snow melts. Maybe we can finish the reconstruction tasks until then at least. And the expansion with the second ore processing plant is not that important. Oh god, so many reconstruction tasks. And I have not set up the construction offices for the area yet. We could build them over on this side, behind the university and the hospital. And I was thinking of having some housing over here to expand the place a little bit more. We don't have any spare excavators. All sitting on construction sites waiting for deliveries. And the honking never stops. At least when the ore processing plant undergoes maintenance with machine replacement, it's not going to stop the mine from working, because it has a buffer storage. And the mine itself never has machine replacement, it only has productivity. Hello Archer, welcome. Oh my god, the honking. And now chat is honking too. Not good. But funny. A best feature added, yeah. That would be a sound alert, wouldn't it? The Russo-Bald honking sound. It's like, why not? Oops, that was a bit much. I think we'll place construction offices here. 2 medium-sized ones for maintenance, and then a smaller one for personal cars, utility. I could live with that. And then drive out, get construction materials, and go into the city and do maintenance and help with construction. I need an excavator in a depot. I can't deal with the fact that I can't bulldoze right now. And we can use the Lugoshny construction offices to help us with the setup of the other construction offices, while the current ones are struggling with the maintenance of existing infrastructure. But I have to terraform it first. And I also wanted to start upgrading the road, but with everyone like kind of busy with the building tasks now, I don't know. Who is honking all the time? Like there must be a traffic jam somewhere. They're not honking without a reason. Is it on the bus stop? No. Is it here? Maybe we can turn that into a large junction. 5 and 2 should be priority. The main road. And this one here too. 5 and 3. Oh, never mind, we have an absolute traffic jam. Because a vehicle can't enter. Okay, that's the reason. I'm going to save that as an image. So wait until unloaded is... We had the honking since wait until unloaded, I guess. No wonder no concrete got delivered to places. At least the honking should now get reduced. Wonder where the honking was, yeah. We found it now. Well, hopefully. There could be more. I think that was the main reason. Oh, we have to build the signals here so they can use the other customs house stations. There we go. And now we're loading iron scrap. Good. Less honking. It has quieted down. That was too perfect, but Still think it has quieted down a bit. A good mechanic to seek out jams rather than wait for alerts. Well, the problem is that usually they are a bit quiet and you can't really hear them that much. But yes, I agree. I wouldn't have seen that jam until something would have probably burned down. I have 2 Russo-Balls bringing fabric here, and the clothing factory is now running through it faster than anticipated. I mean, they can use it up in slightly over a day. Okay, the snow is gone. Now is our time to shine. Get things started, maintain existing infrastructure. I would like to start with the road upgrade too, but I think that's not a good idea now. I wonder if we're gonna have more workers show up here. Probably, because the transportation is gonna be faster. Which means that having an asphalt road here would be perfect. Okay, I will get started. I would like to have an asphalt road from this section of the settlement all the way to the bus stop at the iron mine. So we have a fast bus route. And then also this road, I guess, to the clothing factory. That hooks up everything with like asphalt roads up until the entrance of Gukoshny. Are there any changes, fixes to the base game besides the DLC? The large customs house is now the best customs house because it is traffic optimized and has a lot more throughput capacity for road vehicles. They don't have to wait for vehicles to move out of the customs house for another vehicle to enter. Gives you a lot more flexibility on how many vehicles you can run through it. Other than that, I don't know. I'm not aware of anything else right now. Some vehicles are without fuel. Oh, the maintenance crane. That is fine. That is okay. Oh, this is where all of our workers are going to. Probably the construction of these brick tunnels. Let's turn off worker deliveries to those buildings. And this one also accepts way too many construction workers. Although I don't think they can walk through that one. Never mind, they can. So maybe that's why we had fewer workers in the iron mine for now. That's a bit of a traffic jam, isn't it? And yes, this way up here should also be asphalted. Short road sections don't even have a problem anymore, like, since we're using workers directly and not mechanisms, it doesn't matter that much. It'll get us used to just lay down asphalt, send a ton of workers to it, and not worry about it. And any bit of the road already upgraded helps, because for that section it's gonna drive faster. This upgrade will be a bit of a problem because I can't really make a bypass road, at least not over the footpath here. I can probably have a bypass road through that space though. So this section can't have one, this longer section can't have one. They can still drive around the city during that time, and the road upgrade shouldn't take too long because it's right next to the bus stop, so the workers can get carried over there really quickly. I think our bulldozer excavator got delivered for flattening this location. So 2 12 construction offices, and then some smaller ones. I'll get those built. And plan for the utility construction offices after. The smaller ones can make their way in here. Maybe I should add another another truck to help with the delivery of fabric to the clothing factory, because if it runs out, it is losing some efficiency. All of these footpaths are done. Money's still coming in. We can take out a loan of $1 million now, which is very good. $1,050,000. Let's take $1 million. That way we might be able to combine some of the loans together. That's not quite enough yet. We need 110 million, not 110 million, 1,100,000 is what we need. We pay that one back. Now we can only get 1,050,000, which is not enough for 2 of them. Unless we wait a little bit more and get, either we get some money in our account to be able to afford to repay this one too. Or it's just going to tick down faster with the repayments and the slow earnings that we have. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Now the way this is set up should still work even with 3 vehicles, because we always load clothing after fabric has been fully unloaded, and the 3 vehicles, they will block the entrance. So I guess in theory a police station might send a vehicle out here and is not able to let the vehicles enter for some time. But they should still cycle through. I guess the problem could happen when there's going to be a machine replacement. I guess that's the problem, yeah. Maybe I should set a warning then, because then I'll get notified and can make sure that the building maintenance goes through correctly. Looks like building maintenance in our city is also going through well. This looks significantly lower than when the maintenance is first started. Some new ones have appeared, but the ones I marked in the beginning with high priority, there's few of them, and lots of them are getting done quickly. I think I want to upgrade more roads. No, now we have 600,000 that we can borrow. Yeah, that makes sense, but no use in refreshing alone. We'll wait until we have another million, also more than that. Ideally up to 2 million at some point. Okay, but I'm gonna call it for now. It's been a very long stream, yet again. We've made good progress. Infinite debt, well, infinite break. Right back at ya. Made good progress, we're actually making money now. We have a functioning iron ore processing and export. And once we stabilize our financial situation and we get a, like, I would say if we get debt free, which is gonna take forever, or if we have like, if we have more debt that we can borrow than money we are owed, we're already owing to the debtors. If this number is higher than this number, basically, the lower number must be higher than the top number. Then I would start expanding to another settlement, probably. Going across the water here and setting up another settlement to try and get towards the oil. Which means that the oil price is probably going to crash at that point, and then we would have other things. But yeah, I'm going to call it. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I will rate you forward to Rubber Duck, who's also streaming this game, but in German. So if that is a deal breaker, I'm sorry. However, if you're fine with just watching and listening to someone talk in German, please stick around. If not, like I said, that's fine too. There might be even more people streaming workers and resources right now in the early start. I'm not sure, I don't think so. But I'm sure you'll find your own entertainment. You always do. Like I said, tomorrow, 2 shorter streams with a break in between, and if it's gonna happen. And yeah, have a good rest to your Tuesday afternoon. Take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.